Chapter 2843, Help Him Brag. Chapter 2843, Help Him Brag. Junior Apprentice Brothers, Alchemy, Tao Realm is likely quite a bit stronger than me. No, Wonder Master repeatedly exhorted me to definitely take good care of Junior Apprentice Brother. He's just a grade 5, heavenly alchemist. When he reaches my realm, he might even have a chance to compete with Hegemin Pinespring back then. Seeing Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique, Titanic waves set off in Huazong's heart. It was just that he did not know that in Ancestor Cloudmount's heart, the current Yi Yuan already Serpa said Zhou Pinespring back then. With regards to his master's orders, Huazong was very perplexed in his heart. That tone was actually like somewhat ingratiating himself with Junior Apprentice Brother. Previously, he had some indignation and disdain in his heart, but now it completely dissipated. The two people were both exceedingly formidable people. When they took action, it was naturally extraordinary. However, the numbers were too many. The two of them also used a full day before completely healing those severely wounded people. Meanwhile, Wu Jiang and the rest knelt there just like that, being at a loss on what to do. After treating the last person, Yi Yuan got up and said loudly, "Everyone, the extreme medicine sect won't stand by and watch people die. You all came over from the Southern Front too. You know how fierce the war is over there. There are too many wounded being sent back, resulting in the present situation. However, everyone rest assured. You all wait here first. This you will arrange for manpower to come over and carry out treatment on everyone according to your injuries. Everyone, please observe order. That way, more people can receive medical treatment. Okay, many thanks for your help. Master Yi, rest assured. We just came to seek medical treatment. We won't make trouble. We trust the extreme medicine sect's credibility. We'll wait right here." When he was done speaking, those wounded people immediately made their attitudes known. These people were all moved by Yi Yuan. Originally, with Yi Yuan's ident, he did not need to care about them at all. But Yi Yuan did not plus RK from hearts, plus P, and treated hundreds of people. These people naturally trusted what he said. However, Huazong, who was by the side, frowned slightly. However, he covered it up very quickly. Some things were not appropriate to say in front of so many people. Yi Yuan had not entered the sect yet. He probably did not know how complicated things were inside this kind of hegemon-level sect. Finished saying, Yi Yuan came before the kneeling Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang's expression was extremely ugly, but he could only call out, "D-disciple pays respect to martial uncle." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I wonder if I'm qualified to teach you a lesson now." Although Wu Jiang was unhappy in his heart, he still nodded and said, "Martial uncle is naturally qualified to teach this disciple a lesson." His strength was not strong in the sect, and his status was not high. Otherwise, he also would not have been sent to guard the Mountain Pa's gates. Therefore, he could not afford to provoke someone with Yi Yuan's ident. Good that I'm qualified. You listen up. The Heaven One continent is presently united against outsiders, making no distinctions between each other. These people, they are all our comrades in arms. As the number one major sect in the world, our extreme medicine sect should naturally also shoulder the responsibility of being the number one great sect. The extreme medicine sect's prestige, that's all forged bit by hegemon ancestors and emperor realm powerhouses. You guys are just sitting idly and reaping the fruits of others' labor. These people are staying in the rear. You don't know the cruelty of the front lines at all. If you all have also experienced the death of your loved ones and witnessed the power of the blood race, you guys wouldn't be so cold anymore. Today, in front of all the extreme medicine sect disciples present, I'll report this to the Extreme Light Pavilion and let you all go to the absolute heaven barrier to experience what's called cruelty and what's called comrade in arms. Huazong, who was by the side, was dumbfounded with shock from listening. Was this junior apprentice brother too naive, or too arrogant? A few hundred Saint Sovereign Heavens present, more than 10 true Sovereign Heavens, you said dispatch, and they would be dispatched. Na-ma, S, civ-sect the relations. H, I, plus PS were complicated and confusing. Saint Sovereign Heaven was still all right, but behind true Sovereign Heavens there were more or less the shadows of Emperor Realm powerhouses. He touched one or two people with Zhuo Chen's face. There was naturally no one who dared to talk behind his back. But touching several hundred people at once, even Zhuo Chen could not suppress it too. According to Extreme Light Pavilion, you really dared to say something like that. Did you really think that this extreme medicine sect was run by your family? Hua Zong felt a headache coming. This junior apprentice brother had not even entered the sect and already caused considerable trouble. Of course, he did not feel that Yi Yuan had the ability to do this. But the tall talk was already released. At that time, if it could not be completed, then where would Master Zhuo Chen's face go? However, these words received the unanimous cheering of those seeking medical treatment when it was uttered. Master Yi is mighty. Well done, Master Yi. The faces of Qian, Nan, and the rest punctured these people's hearts deeply. Therefore, when Yi Yuan said it, they naturally clapped their hands in joy. Wu Jiang and the rest had respectful faces, but they were sneering endlessly in their hearts. No idea where this country be. You came from either. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted in the extreme medicine sect after acknowledging Emperor Zhuo Chen as his master? There were no less than 100,000 extreme medicine sect disciples. So many disciples, the factions in it went without saying. The larger the sect, the more complicated and confusing the relations. I plus PSFF you were Emperor Realm, there might really be some deterrent force when you said this. But you were just merely a puny little grade 5 heavenly alchemist. That was all. No matter how high your talent was, could it still affect the decision of the upper echelons? Eckless and blind. Young people indeed hungered for fame and reputation and liked posturing. It was just that. Have you considered your master's feelings when you postured like this? Wu Jiang knelt, the corners of his mouth sneering as he said, I leave it up to martial uncle to deal with. Hua Zong frowned slightly and said with a wave of his hand, all of you withdraw. Switch to another batch of people to come and maintain order. Wu Jiang kowtowed to Hua Zong and brought people and withdrew. Along the way, Wu Jiang had a disdainful look as he said, Hu, really a very stupid and naive boy. Does he think that by acknowledging Grandmaster Zhuo Chen as his master, he transformed from a swallow into a phoenix? Doesn't he know that in the Emperor Sakra Heaven, there's still Emperor Sakra Heaven, and also Hegemon Realm? Qian Nen also smiled coldly and said, this boast was over the top. We got to help him brag about it after going back. Otherwise, it can't show the prowess of this grandmaster. The moment Wu Jiang heard, a hint of a smile could not help surfacing on his face. Yeah, this boy Imbara set him so hard today. If he did not repay it, it would really let him down too much. Although on the surface he could not afford to provoke Yi Yuan, he could still play some cheap tricks in the dark, such as letting everyone know about the brag that Yi Yuan made. At that time, see how this guy cleans up the mess. Furthermore, after Zhuo Chen knew about this, he would definitely view Yi Yuan in a different light. As for Zhuo Chen's face, sorry about it, that wasn't our business anymore. Wu Jiang, had no relations with Zhuo Chen whatsoever. After Wu Jiang and the others left, Huazong also led Yi Yuan away from the mountain pass gates. He noticed that although there was already no one maintaining order, these 10,000 people were still orderly. Furthermore, there were still many wounded people plussing over from all directions. Among them, some powerhouses even took the initiative to appear and help maintain order, sifying these wounded into categories. Seeing this scene, Huazong also sighed emotionally. He knew that Yi Yuan's way of doing things was correct, but for some things, his strength fell short of his wishes too. Chapter 2844 Song Qingyam. Chapter 2844 Song Qingyam. Junior apprentice brother, you just entered the sect. Some things should originally not be said to you, but you caused a lot of trouble for Master. Huazong said with a solemn expression. Oh, why do you say that? Yi Yuan said indifferently. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Huazong was even angrier at his failure to live up to expectations. But Master repeatedly exhorted to definitely take good care of junior apprentice brother. Clearly, he valued him greatly, so he could not flare up too. Junior apprentice brother just came to the sect. You're probably not clear about many things yet. The extreme medicine sect has many people, the factions standing in great numbers. Although these people's cultivation realms aren't high, they more or less have some forces behind them. You want to dispatch them to the front lines. It's probably not realistic, but you already put the word out just now. Wu Jiang, they all will definitely blow the matter up. At that time, we won't be able to clean up the mess, and Master's face will be utterly lost. Huazong said in a solemn voice. Huazong killed his way out from Saint Sovereign Heaven one step at a time too. That was how he was taken in as a disciple by Zhuo Chen. With regards to the petty tricks of Wu Jiang, these people, his heart was clear as a bright mirror. This kind of method to deal with Emperor Realm powerhouses, that was equivalent to seeking death. But to a newbie who just entered the sect, it proved effective every time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior apprentice brother, I feel that the extreme medicine sect is still too easy and comfortable. At present, we're being confronted by a formidable enemy, but the extreme medicine sect hasn't even gone to the front lines. This isn't appropriate. Wu Jiang, they all are just the first batch. I feel that later, our extreme medicine sect's disciples can be sent to the front lines in batches. You got to know, that place is where you can increase strength the fastest. Huazong opened his mouth wide, having a dumbfounded look on his face. Not answering the question. Forget about that. This kid actually still wanted to make everyone take a tour to the absolute heaven barrier. Was he crazy? With just the likes of you, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven? Or did you think that you are the extreme medicine sect master, and you are giving directions to the nation here? Huazong smiled bitterly and said, Junior apprentice brother, if this matter isn't resolved, Master will be furious when the time comes. It isn't a good thing to you either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior apprentice brother, rest assured. I have a score in my heart. You have a score, my *SS. Huazong secretly cursed in his heart. This brat was really hopeless. What kind of eyes did his master have to actually take fancy on this kind of fool? Brother will say up to here. Junior apprentice brother, take care of yourself. Huazong's tone also became unfriendly. This kind of person who was rash and indiscreet, furthermore, closed his ears off to other people's words. He really did not know what he should do. Huazong settled Yi Yuan down and immediately left. East Victory Mountain Range occupied a vast area with countless spiritual veins. Zhuo Chen's lineage also had their own dojo, Xianyang Peak. The residences of Yi Yuan and Yongqing, few people were on Xianyang Peak. After Yi Yuan returned to his own residence, a middle-aged man dressed in green Dao robes appeared out of thin air in the house just like that. Current sect master, Song Qingyang, pays respect to martial uncle. This middle-aged man actually directly clasped his hands and said to Yi Yuan, if someone was here, they would definitely be frightened until their jaws dropped. This middle-aged man in green S.H.I. plus RT was an Emperor Sakra Heaven Overlord, a Grand Completion Emperor Sakra Heaven Mighty Expert, as well as the current sect master, Song Qingyang. He actually bowed to a measly little saint sovereign heaven. Of course, Song Qingyang's face had some unnaturalness. A supreme powerhouse like him carried out the etiquette of a disciple to a measly little saint sovereign heaven. He also had bitterness that he could not say out. Ancestor Cloudmount, his elderly self, really knew how to look for trouble, to actually take a measly little saint sovereign heaven in as a disciple. Wasn't this killing people? Yi Yuan was currently in close seclusion and thinking. Hearing Song Qingyang's voice, he slowly opened his eyes and said, I've troubled Lord Sect Master. Song Qingyang hurriedly said, Martial Uncle is killing Qingyang, your ancestor Cloudmount's personal disciple, so you're naturally Qingyang's senior too. Some trivial matters are what Qingyang should do. Song Qingyang coming over was naturally arranged by Zhou Pinespring. Zhou Pinespring reminded him repeatedly that this junior apprentice brother was remarkable and highly favored by Ancestor Cloudmount. Even if he was the sect master, he did not dare to be careless in front of Yi Yuan too, even if he knew that Yi Yuan was a divergent cultivator. Only talking about it, Song Qingyang was Hegemon Cloudmount's He knew how many generations of disciples already, but he already cultivated to Grand Completion Emperor Sakra Heaven, and could barely manage to call Cloudmount Grandmaster. Therefore, when he saw Yi Yuan, he could only call Martial Uncle too. And the extreme medicine sect, the sect master was not the real person in charge. Above the sect master, there were actually still two great powers. The first was naturally Hegemon realms, and the second was the Extreme Light Pavilion. Only after that did it reach Sect Master. Inside the Extreme Light Pavilion were all some old monsters, some were former sect masters, and some were the sect's elders, etc. However, those able to enter Emperor Sakra Heaven, the majority of their strength was Grand Completion Emperor Sakra Heaven. These people were in closed seclusion all year round or wandering outside, salting that fleeting and ephemeral Hegemon realm. The Extreme Light Pavilion's other two Hegemon realms originated from the Extreme Light Pavilion, and Zhou Pinespring was also a member of the Extreme Light Pavilion before promoting to Hegemon realm. Yi Yuan was the person that Cloudmount appointed to enter the Extreme Light Pavilion. Regardless of seniority or authority, he was above Song Qingyang. Hence, he could only be careful. It was just that, being like this to a measly little saint sovereign heaven, Song Qingyang felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Lord, sect, master, doesn't have to be like this. Although Yi Yuan's realm is low, I'm not an insensible person. Normally, you can just treat me as an ordinary disciple. I'll also be respectful to Lord Sect Master. I entered the Extreme Medicine Sect primarily to enter the scripture library. Hence, I'll be entering closed seclusion soon, Yi Yuan said with a smile. After hearing this, Song Qingyang's heart eased up slightly. He was afraid that this youth's status was high and would carelessly interfere in the sect's affairs. Then this sect master, would really be awkward. However, Yi Yuan entered the sect just to enter the scripture library. What was this playing at? Song Qingyang hurriedly said. Then I'll have to make Martial Uncle feel wronged. The matter that happened outside the sect, Qingyang already knows. After arranging for Martial Uncle to enter the Extreme Light Pavilion, I'll make the arrangements. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, Lord Sectmaster." Song Qingyang nodded slightly and said, "Then shall we enter the Extreme Light Pavilion right now?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Song Qingyang flicked his sleeves and disappeared with Yi Yuan. A figure took large strides into Wu Jiang's residence and said with a loud laugh, "Wu Jiang, I heard that you got taken care of by a saint sovereign heaven. Ha ha ha, nice one." This person was Wu Jiang's diehard follower, Zhou Kun. Zhou Kun's strength was not that strong, being comparable to Wu Jiang, but he was a capable person. In the extreme medicine sect, some people were very well informed. Zhou Kun was one of them. Hence, when Wu Jiang suffered a loss, he was the first to know. When Wu Jiang saw Zhou Kun, he snorted coldly and said, "I was just about to go find you. You came just in time." Zhou Kun smiled and said, "Are you going to take this martial uncle of ours down a notch?" Wu Jiang smiled and said, "It's still you who understands me." Zhou Kun chuckled and said, "You rest assured. This is my specialty. In less than a day, this matter will definitely rage all over the city. Even those Emperor Realm powerhouses will know at that time. I want to see how this martial uncle of ours gets down from the stage." Chapter 28:45 Exiled to Absolute Heaven Barrier. Chapter 28:45 Exiled to Absolute Heaven Barrier. Very soon, a piece of news spread like wildfire. Master Zhuo Chen's new disciple, Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist Yi Yuan, instructed to exile several hundred of the sect's disciples to the Absolute Heaven Barrier. The moment the news came out, it immediately incurred a wave of ridicule and mockery. Who does he think he is? He can utter something that sounds so overconfident. Hoo-hoo, he acknowledged an amazing teacher. It's understandable. Goodness gracious, if they got sent out, what to do about it in the future? Should we go to Xianyang Peak to grovel to this Grand Master? How wise is ancestors Wei-Chun? How did he accept a hothead as a disciple? In less than half a day, this wind had already swept through the extreme medicine sect. One should not look at how the extreme medicine sect was huge. The speed of news spreading was not slow at all. In the extreme medicine sect, going to the absolute heaven barrier was a very taboo thing. After all, Body wanted their own sect's disciples to go to the front lines and court death. Of course, extreme medicine sect had nearly half of its disciples that were resisting the blood race at the absolute heaven barrier. It was just that the disciples that went to the absolute heaven barrier were mostly the warring faction, while most who stayed behind to defend the sect were from the conservative faction. Like Zhuo Chun, he was a typical example of the warring faction. Over 70% of the disciples under him were at the absolute heaven barrier. Therefore, although Xianyang Peak was big, there were actually not many people. The conservative faction's opinion was not to fight, but to groom a large number of powerhouses in the sect and ACCU emulate strength. Over these years, the extreme medicine sect strengthened the nurturing of martial arts and had indeed also groomed a large group of Emperor Realm powerhouses. This way, the conservative faction's status became even more stable. Hence, Yi Yuan wanting to exile these people actually touched the interests of the conservative faction. They naturally would not let Yi Yuan get his way. Many Emperor Realm powerhouses also scoffed in derision when they received this news. A brat who was still wet behind his ears thought that he could cover the sky with one hand after entering the sect. Laughable. Why did Zhuo Chun take in this kind of moron as a disciple? The news spread fervently, while Wu Jiang and Zhou Kun had smug faces. Martial Uncle Zhou's ability is truly remarkable. It's just been half a day, and that grandmaster of ours has already become the laughingstock of the entire sect. Qian then said ingratiatingly. Zhou Kun had a proud look as he said, a trivial matter, but this piece of news spreading so quickly wasn't just my credit alone. Someone is adding fuel to the fire. Wu Jiang nodded his head and said, Zuochun, that old thing raises a hue and cry every day about making the sect's disciples go to the front lines and deliver themselves to death. He's very stubborn. It looks like this brat obtained his true legacy, but we have got to thank this brat too. Zuochun, that old fellow, is going to lose his face this time. Speaking of this, Wu Jiang was very pleased with himself. When talking, he did not have the slightest respect for Zuochun, this grandmaster, either. In reality, they were very disgusted with Zuochun and could even be said to abhor him. Behind the scenes, they were not stingy with talking about these warring factions. Furthermore, news spread so quickly. Zhou Kun clearly did not have this much ability. There were Emperor Realm powerhouses adding fuel to the fire. Clearly, there were also people happy to see Zuochun get deflated. Serves him right. Zuochun, that old thing, keeps calling for us to go to the absolute heaven barrier every day. Gee. Oh, D knows how many people in the sect hate him to death and wish for him to die at the absolute heaven barrier. This time, we can just nice watch a show. Zhou Kun also said with a look of contempt. Wu Jiang smiled and said, What's laughable is that kid. Does he really think that just by having high seniority, he can cover the sky with one hand? Those more formidable than Zuochun in this extreme medicine sect are not just one or two people. Oh, right, Zhou Kun. Who do you think gave us a push from behind this time? Zhou Kun smiled and said, asking me, don't you know it? Apart from that one, who else could it be? Wu Jiang laughed and said, Zuochun, that old fogey, repeatedly tried to drag Emperor Qinshan into the water. Emperor Qinshan has hated him to the core a long time ago. Apart from him, there's really body else, after this time, that Yi Yuan will have a hard time in the sect. Maybe Emperor Qinshan will find a reason and directly send that punk off to the absolute heaven barrier. Gong. The few people were currently laughing away when the door was directly kicked open by someone. A youth with a shoulder strap walked right in. Wu Jiang was just about to lose his temper, but when he saw the arrival, he could not help drawing a cold breath. A foreboding premonition welled up in his heart. Senior apprentice, Brother Ling, gracing us with your presence. I wonder what instructions you have. Wu Jiang said with an ugly expression. The arrival was called Ling Jiang, a law enforcement hall disciple. Law enforcement hall disciples had great authority. This Ling Jiang was in charge of the true sovereign heaven, and below disciples of the few dojos nearby. Ling Jiang coming at this time. He probably came looking for trouble. Could it be that Yi Yuan, that punk, knew that he boasted too much, so he mobilized the law enforcement hall to come deal with him? Until now, he also did not believe that Yi Yuan could exile all of them to the absolute heaven barrier. Such a large movement, it was bound to be unanimously opposed by the conservative faction. Previously, the warring faction had already done so. In the end, they naturally ran into a wall. Ling Jiang's expression was frosty as he said, Wu Jiang, bring your men and assemble at Heart Serenity Peak, and immediately set off for the absolute heaven barrier. The expressions of the three people present changed wildly at the same time, their eyes full of shock. How was this possible? That brat really did it. Could it be that those Emperor Realm powerhouses all did not care? Could it be that the conservative faction was just passively watching the warring faction be pleased about it? I want to meet Martial Uncle, Yunhai. Wu Jiang gritted his teeth and said, Emperor Cloud Heaven Powerhouse, Zhang Yanhai, was Wu Zhang's backer. At this time, it was impossible that he did not protect him. However, Ling Jiang still said coldly, "Don't bother. You don't have to hold on to hope either." This order was personally pious, said down by sect master. "No one can protect you." "What? As sect master?" Wu Jiang somewhat doubted his own ears, his eyes full of shock. Why would sect master that kind of paramount existence care about this kind of trivial matter? This was impossible, but Wu Jiang knew that Ling Jiang absolutely would not joke about this. And, Body could afford to make this kind of joke. Although the sect master was not the supreme authority, Hegemon realms and the extreme light pavilion basically would not care about things. Under normal stances, sect master was the highest adjudicator in the extreme medicine sect. No one dared to provoke his majesty. Ling Jiang said coldly, "Wu Jiang, move faster. You only have an hour. If it's delayed, you don't have to go anymore either." Finished saying, Ling Jiang turned around and left. He did not need to look at Wu Jiang either. No one dared to defy the law enforcement hall's orders. Otherwise, the consequences would be much more serious than going to the absolute heaven barrier. Wu Jiang's heart turned ashen. This was not giving him any chance at all. But why was this happening? He really did it? But why would it be sect master? Wu Jiang said with a look of despair. He made this matter known to everyone. Originally, he wanted to give Yi Yuan and Zhu Chen a slap. Slapping the face of an emperor vast heaven powerhouse. Thinking about it made people a little excited. But now the matter blew up so big. The one who got slapped was him instead. By the side, Zhou Kun's expression was similarly very ugly. Ackle ran down his spine. He seemed to have provoked a remarkable person. Him not getting named showed that he had escaped a calamity. But the matter of him spreading the news could be investigated as long as one had the intention of looking into it. Right now, he only wanted to become transparent. Chapter 2846, Little Martial Uncle. Chapter 2846, Little Martial Uncle. Yi Yuan's joke of wanting to exile Wu Jiang was currently being mocked by the entire sect. Very soon, another explosive news came. Wu Jiang, those few hundred people were really exiled. That group of people who offended Yi Yuan in front of the Mountain Pa's gates, none of them managed to escape. The extreme medicine sect burst into an uproar from top to bottom. How did that boy do it? This time, it's actually Saint Sovereign personally giving the order to punish a group of true sovereign heavens and Saint Sovereign heavens. The boast that he made is really accomplished. This matter blew up so big. In the end, Wu Jiang himself became the biggest joke. How laughable. No way, right? It's a few hundred people. They got exiled just like that. Could it be that the extreme medicine sect's wind direction is starting to change? In my view, this matter was likely Zhuo Chen personally speaking up. He has extremely high hopes of advancing to grade 9 Heavenly Alchemist. If he were to really fly off the handle, Sect Master has to give him some face too. It's just that Zhuo Chen pampers this little disciple a little too much, right? With Sect Master personally giving the order, this caused a mighty uproar in the sect from top to bottom. Wu Jiang and the rest were merely a group of small fries. And, Body cared. Presently, at this critical juncture, such an order seriously made people's minds fall into a reverie. All along, the conservative faction and warring faction could be said to act independently and defiantly. Sect Masters, ATT, Tude had always been impartial too. But this time, directly exiling a few hundred people, it was still the first time after the war. Although the extreme medicine sect had close to half of its disciples at the absolute heaven barrier, the vast majority voluntarily took part in the war. Those who were not willing to partake, 1p 8 in the fight were usually not forced to under normal circumstances. But this time, it changed. Did the wind change? Or was it really just for a measly little saint sovereign heaven? But no matter what, the boast that Yi Yuan put out was truly realized. The situation that Wu Jiang and Zhou Kun painstakingly created not only did not let Zhuo Chen's lineage become a joke, but it also fulfilled their wishes instead. Now, the entire sect knew that Zhuo Chen won. Then would the warring faction have the upper hand? When Hua Zong heard this news, he was stunned. He wondered whether he heard wrongly or not. Saint Sovereign actually personally gave the order to exile Wu Jiang, and the others for a measly little Saint Sovereign heaven. He thought of Zhuo Chen right away. Other than Zhuo Chen, who else could have such power? But this also deeply reflected how much his master valued Yi Yuan. Third senior apprentice brother, Zhu Yan, patted Hua Zong's shoulder and said with a bitter smile, "The few of us should go and meet this little junior brother together. Master has always taught us that apprentice brothers should help each other and be close as a family. But now, little junior brother just entered the sect, and he got left out to dry by us. Most likely, his elderly self is very enraged, right?" There were 5 senior apprentice brothers present. Just earlier, they were still discussing how to deal with this matter. They did not expect that it had been resolved. Furthermore, it was even with such a fierce method. Zhuo Chen took in a total of 16 disciples, but 5 had already died in battle. At present, there were 5 that remained in the sect, with third senior apprentice brother Zhu Yan as the eldest. The remaining were all following Zhuo Chen to fight at absolute heaven barrier. These 11 people, only Hua Zong alone, was true sovereign heaven. The rest were all emperor realm powerhouses. When Zhu Yan and the rest heard about this, they were very angry too and did not have the intention of going to meet Yi Yuan at all. But now, reality slapped them in the face. Reality proved that Master's concern toward Yi Yuan was even stronger than they imagined. Hua Zong smiled bitterly and said, "We can only do this. It looks like this little junior brother of ours is really beloved by Master." These words were a little sour. Zhuo Chen's requirements of the senior apprentice brothers were very stringent. He had never done this kind of pampering thing before. Zhu Yan and the others very naturally pinned this on Zhuo Chen, although they were also somewhat doubtful whether Zhuo Chen had so much weight to make sect master personally give the order. This was the most logical explanation. Zhu Yan said coolly, "Being able to be valued so much by master, little junior brother must have aspects that surpass others. Rather than being sour about it here, it's better to work hard and increase our strength and strive to make master view you in a different light." This time, sect master personally taking action might also be that the wind direction changed. Absolute heaven barriers war situation might not be optimistic. Hua Zong was startled and hurriedly said, "Senior apprentice brother lectured well." It was junior apprentice brother, who was Ras. Plus the senior apprentice brothers, 5 people came to find Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan was not around. Zhu Yan and the rest were afraid of new-formed cracks forming between them and Yi Yuan, and could not leave immediately either. They could only wait in Yi Yuan's residence. At this time, Yi Yuan already entered the Extreme Light Pavilion. The Extreme Light Pavilion was formed in an independent SPAC. When Yi Yuan entered inside, he only felt spiritual energy fill his body. The heaven and earth spiritual energies here were several dozen times that of the outside world. One had to know the East Victory Mountain Range was one of Heaven One continent's limited major spiritual veins, its spiritual energy being extremely abundant, and the spiritual energy here was even more terrifying. The sun and moon circled this place, forming its own world. It was clearly an amazing work. Yi Yuan had a feeling that this place was where the extreme medicine sect's true foundation lay. Song Qingyang brought Yi Yuan and went straight into a great hall. Countless memorial tablets were enshrined in the great hall. Yi Yuan could not feel death qi from these memorial tablets. Instead, there was an incomparably sacred feeling. The Extreme Light Pavilion is where the foundation of the extreme medicine sect lies. Only pavilion elders and the sect master have the qualification to enter this place. The memorial tablets enshrined here are all our extreme medicine sect's predecessors. Those whose cultivation reached grand completion Emperor Sakra heaven will leave behind a wisp of source aura on their deathbed. In the course of time, this place became the extreme medicine sect's land of destiny. Our extreme medicine sect also prospered with each Pa-S, Sing Day. Although Ancestor Cloudmount said to let you enter the Extreme Light Pavilion, you must pay respects to the predecessors and obtain their recognition before you're considered the Extreme Light Pavilion's pavilion elder. Song Qingyang said. Yi Yuan's heart also turned somber as he listened. There were no less than 3,000 memorial tablets before his eyes. So many grand completion Emperor Sakra heavens had actually appeared in the extreme medicine sect. Yi Yuan heard me Tian said before that source aura was the crux to step into hegemon realm. Only by reaching grand completion Emperor Sakra heaven could one have the possibility of comprehending source aura. Such a precious thing. These predecessors could actually bear to leave them in their own memorial tablets. It was also no wonder that the present extreme medicine sect was like the noonday sun. This is the new disciple that Master newly accepted. Just Saint Sovereign Heaven. Master, his elderly self is really impressive to actually find such a brat for me to be a junior apprentice brother. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. An old man who was emaciated like a stick appeared in front of him, sizing him up and down with a hint of amuse. E-M-E-N-T in his eyes. This old man gave Yi Yuan an unfathomable feeling. Although he was the same as Song Qingyang, both grand completion Emperor Sakra heaven, Yi Yuan had a feeling that he was much more powerful than Song Qingyang. Yi Yuan felt that this person might be able to break through to hegemon realm at any time. When Song Qingyang saw the old man, he immediately bowed and said, Disciple Song Qingyang pays respect to Pavilion Elder Clear Cloud. Martial Uncle Yi, this is Ancestor Cloudmount's eldest disciple, your eldest senior brother, Li Clear Cloud. Yi Yuan's heart turned somber, and he said with a bow, Yi Yuan offered greetings to eldest senior brother. Li Clear Cloud's mouth curled, and he suddenly yelled loudly, Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D-S, all come out for me and pay respect to your little martial uncle. Do you all think that you can get through this hurdle? Humph, humph. If that old fellow finds out, you guys will get it. With his roar, one figure after another suddenly appeared in the great hall, their expressions very awkward. Each and every one of those who came out had extremely powerful auras. But compared to Li Clear Cloud, they were still a notch inferior. But compared to Song Qingyang, they were significantly stronger. One look, and you could tell that these people were very old. It was just that their expressions were a little ugly. Paying respects to little martial uncle. An old man with age spots all over his face bowed toward Yi Yuan with an embarra, as said, Look, Chapter 2847 Power of Blessing. Chapter 2847 Power of Blessing. Paying respect to little martial uncle. Paying respect to little martial uncle. These extremely old Extreme Light Pavilion elders all bowed towards Yi Yuan with unwilling expressions. But in their hearts, they had cursed hegemon Cloudmount several times over. This old man actually took a Saint Sovereign Heaven in as a disciple. Where would their old faces go? A bunch of old men with half a foot into hegemon realm actually called a saint sovereign heaven as their martial uncle. The scene was too beautiful until you did not dare to look. Seeing these people's behavior, Song Qingyang immediately felt much more comfortable in his heart. Meanwhile, Li Clearcloud secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, your father joined early. Otherwise, I would also have to call this little fellow martial uncle like this bunch of little b. A-S-T-A-R-D-S. These guys' seniority, they are all very low. It's just because they cultivated to grand completion Emperor Sakra Heaven and also entered the Emperor Sakra Heaven that they can call you as their martial uncle. Otherwise, they won't even be able to call you that, Li Clearcloud said, casually. By the side, the old faces of the group of pavilion elders turned bright red. In front of Li Clearcloud, they really did not have the capital to be proud. Your matters, Zhou Pinespring, that little imp has already told me. You're very good. This time, you've rendered great contributions for the Alliance. Them calling you their martial uncle is also worthwhile. In our lineage, there are only me and Zhou Pinespring, 2 people left. The rest are all dead. So right now, in the extreme medicine sect, apart from that old man, me, and that little rascal, your seniority is the highest. Understand? Li Clearcloud continued explaining. Many thanks for explaining, eldest apprentice brother. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, but he was very shocked in his heart. He naturally understood what the phrase, all dead, that Li Clearcloud talked about meant. As long as one did not reach the hegemon realm, there would always be Tao tribulation falling. Furthermore, it would get stronger and stronger. Eaching grand completion Emperor Sakra Heaven, cultivation realm could not rise anymore. There was only overcoming tribulation continuously. Therefore, those disciples of hegemon Cloudmount all died under the Tao tribulations. But Li Clearcloud entered his tutelage the earliest, and yet he was still alive all the way until now. It could be seen how terrifying his strength was. TT was just that Yi Yuan was very puzzled. Li Clearcloud was so heaven-defying. Why could he not break through to the hegemon realm? Li Clearcloud seemed to have seen through Yi Yuan's puzzlement and said with a disdainful look, Zhou Pinespring, that rascal thinks that his talent is outstanding. Actually, it's also just like that. Talent, this kind of thing, can't be eaten as food. Immense ACC. You, mulations erupting, understand? Your eldest senior brother. Me, my talent isn't great, but I win in that I advance gradually and entrenched myself at every step, walking step by step until today. I've outlasted all the people in the same generation till they died. I've also weathered out those younger than me. Furthermore, barring no accident, I'll outlast you too. Ha ha. Don't look at how your eldest senior brother. I am inferior to Zhou Pinespring, that rascal currently. Once I break through to the hegemon realm, I can beat him until he has to look all over the ground for his teeth. Furthermore, don't look at how I haven't reached the hegemon realm. If I really fight, I'm not weaker than some of the weaker hegemon realms. I can barely be considered a hegemon realm too. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he grinned and said, Eldest senior brother, you might not be able to outlast me. Li Clearcloud smiled and said, Divergent cultivators, I'll say that, but in the end, they all died. Since time immemorial, grand completion Emperor Sakra, heaven divergent cultivators have appeared before. But hegemon realm divergent cultivators had never appeared before. Therefore, I can definitely outlast you. Yi Yuan was still unmoved and said with a light smile, Then let's wait and see. Li Clearcloud smiled and said, You brat, you're indeed a little interesting. No wonder that old man took fancy on you. Enough nonsense. Step forward and pay respects to the forefathers. Be careful. This hurdle isn't easy to get through. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and walked over toward the memorial tablets. There was a futon placed before the memorial tablets. Yi Yuan arrived before the futon and knelt straight down. Dong, dong, dong. Yi Yuan gave 3 kowtows toward the memorial tablets and could not help feeling somewhat perplexed in his heart. Wasn't it said that it was difficult to pa-s? It seemed like there were no surprises. Could it be that it had not arrived yet? Eldest senior brother, did I do anything wrong? Amen. Eldest senior brother? Yi Yuan got up, turned to look at Li Clearcloud, and suddenly discovered that Li Clearcloud was staring at him dumbfoundedly. Not just him. All of the pavilion elders present, as well as Song Qingyang, all had an expression like they had seen a ghost. Yi Yuan was currently feeling uncertain in his heart when the entire great hall suddenly lit up. He could not help turning around to look, and discovered that those several thousand memorial tablets all gave off a dazzling light. Yi Yuan felt as if a profound and inscrutable thing had descended on his body. As for what this was, Yi Yuan could not put his finger to it either. But Yi Yuan felt that there was an additional trace of vague connection between him and these memorial tablets. His brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that this was the test? Eldest senior brother, when he turned to look at Li Clearcloud again, Yi Yuan discovered that the expressions on his face became even more exaggerated. That kind of shock already could not use words to describe. Yi Yuan had a blank look, not knowing what was going on. Very soon, those lights dimmed down, but that trace of vague connection was still there. Yi Yuan looked toward Li Clearcloud, quietly waiting for his explanation. Li Clearcloud swallowed his saliva hard and revolved around Yi Yuan a few times, as if wanting to see through Yi Yuan. It shouldn't be. How is this possible? No matter how I look, there's also nothing out of the ordinary. What right does this kid have to Serpa? Me? As he looked, Li Clearcloud shook his head, his mouth muttering nonstop. How could Yi Yuan still not understand? He seemed to have done something incredible. However, he really did not know what had happened. Suddenly, Li Clearcloud moved closer to Yi Yuan and asked, "You punk, are you a freak? No matter how I look, you're also not that kind of world-shocking genius. Why can you get all the predecessors' recognition?" Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Is all the predecessors' recognition very hard?" Li Clearcloud jumped right up and scolded, "Brat, stop posturing. The recognition of all the predecessors isn't hard. It's simply impossible. There are a total of 3,892 memorial tablets here. As long as you obtain the recognition of 1/5, it's considered pa-s. Sing the test. But N.O. body has ever obtained all the recognition. Do you know who obtained the most recognition before you?" Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said, "That must be you, eldest senior brother." Li Clearcloud smacked his thigh and said, "Ha! Boy, you're really clever. Senior brother, I obtained a total of 3,023 predecessors' recognition. It's even more than our master. Zhou Pinespring, that rascal, there's even less need to talk about him. There were only 2,631. What capability do you, boy, have to actually pa-s with all the votes?" Yi Yuan had a blank look and asked, "What does this recognition represent? Just what kind of test is this?" He still could not make neither head nor tail until now, and completely did not know what it was testing. Little Marshal Uncle, the Extreme Light Pavilion's test actually places the most weight on character and disposition. Of course, talent, potential, and other aspects all have a comprehensive consideration. This is a feeling from the unseen world. It can't be described with words. If one has to say it in words, it's making more predecessors like you and bestow upon you the power of blessing. Of course, making everyone like you is something impossible, Therefore, the predecessors who don't like you will stand in the way of you paying homage. If the predecessors that like you are a lot, it will naturally press down this obstruction. But the strange thing is that when you were paying homage earlier, there was actually no obstruction at all. Furthermore, you obtained the blessing power of all the predecessors. This is too inconceivable. Song Qingyang explained, his words carrying immense shock. Truly, they had never heard before of anyone who could accomplish this. What was the most difficult thing in the world? That was naturally to make everyone like you, although the predecessors could not represent everyone, but making over 3,800 predecessors like you at the same time, this was absolutely something extremely difficult. But Yi Yuan did it. Chapter 2848, Coincidental and Inevitable. Chapter 2848, Coincidental and Inevitable. Hearing Song Qingyang's explanation, Yi Yuan seemed to have understood something. The reason why he obtained the unanimous recognition of these predecessors, it was probably still because of the striking righteous air that existed in his body. Walking all the way here, Yi Yuan had saved the common people from misery and suffering time and again, developing an impressive righteous air. Not just that, in these 2 lifetimes, the people that Yi Yuan saved with alchemy Dao could not be counted at all. There were likely not many cultivators that could match up to his merit. Cultivators were mostly selfish. The stronger one was, the more they tended to consider their own interests. But Yi Yuan sought a clear conscience when doing things. Just like outside the mountain pass gates, it originally did not concern Yi Yuan, but he meddled in other people's business. The power of origin stowed in these memorial tablets were originally masterless objects, but they had already formed a unified whole. It could form some kind of resonance with this striking righteous air that Yi Yuan developed unknowingly. Thus, that was how Yi Yuan obtained all of the predecessors' recognition. What's blessing power? Yi Yuan asked curiously, do you feel that you've established a trace of connection with these memorial tablets? Yi Yuan nodded his head. Li Clearcloud continued, these predecessors' memorial tablets carry the destiny of the sect. Therefore, your destiny will also be bound together in a common cause with the sect. The stronger the sect is, the stronger your destiny too. Similarly, your destiny will also nourish the sect. In addition, when you encounter a desperate situation, it will automatically trigger this mysterious power, and the predecessors will block the fatal blow for you. Although the strength of the predecessors who left behind the origin power didn't reach Hegemon realm, after so many years of ACCU mulation, the power formed by these memorial tablets already reached a very terrifying level. It absolutely won't lose to top Hegemon realm powerhouses. Of course, the power of blessing still has the most important function, which is helping you comprehend the power of origin. Over 3,000 great Daos. Over 3,000 origin power. That's an endless fortune. Yi Yuan was also incredibly shocked when he heard. He did not expect that this power of blessing was actually so monstrous. He also finally understood why the extreme medicine sect was so powerful. Wanting to step into the Hegemon realm, the power of origin was a hurdle that could not be avoided. But the power of blessing could actually help comprehend the power of origin. Actually, before the war with the blood race, the extreme medicine sect already faintly showed signs of being Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's #1 great sect. 4 great hegemons. This was something that no hegemon-level sect had. Time was given. It might not be impossible for the extreme medicine sect to grow into a super sect like the Labyrinth Divine Palace. In that case, eldest senior brother being able to transcend the Tao tribulation many times is also because of the power of blessing. Yi Yuan looked toward Li Clearcloud and said with a smile. Li Clearcloud nodded and said, That's right. Yi Yuan smiled and said, then I wonder how my power of blessing compares to eldest senior brother? Li Clearcloud's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, there's no comparison, because body has ever received the blessing of all the predecessors. Yi Yuan beamed and said, in that case, I'll be much more confident when facing the heavenly punishment in the future. It looks like it won't be easy for eldest senior brother to want to outlast me. Li Clearcloud's expression turned blacker. He got slapped in the face. But Li Clearcloud knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. His power of blessing was far worse than Yi Yuan's. But even so, he still relied on the power of blessing and lived until now. Then what about Yi Yuan? Thinking about it, he shook his head again and said, it's no use. Although the power of blessing is strong, no matter how strong it is, it's also not stronger than heavenly Tao. If heaven wants to eliminate you, it's useless no matter how strong the power of blessing is. Yi Yuan grinned and said, there's no point in arguing. Wouldn't we know if we tested out? Finished saying, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, and he went out of the great hall. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's aura rose crazily. He was actually going to break through to Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. In reality, Yi Yuan could have broken through long ago. It was just that taking the initiative to call down heavenly punishment the last time made Yi Yuan almost lose his life. The Tao tribulation this time was even stronger than before. It was at least 8-9 Tao tribulation. Hence, Yi Yuan needed to store up and accumulate strength. At present, with the power of blessing, Yi Yuan naturally did not have so many misgivings anymore. Rumble. Tao tribulation arrived as expected. The terrifying pressure made even Li Clearcloud give a sidelong glance. How did this boy provoke heavenly Tao? A mere middle Saint Sovereign Heaven is actually going to transcend 8-9 Tao tribulation. Li Clearcloud also said in surprise. It was not that he had not seen before divergent cultivators, but such a freakish divergent cultivator. It was really still his first time seeing. 8-9 Tao tribulation. Normally, only true sovereign heaven powerhouses had the qualifications to transcend it. Furthermore, it was even slightly stronger lower true sovereign heavens. Boom. Very soon, Tao tribulation fell. The power was even greater than before. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan brought out the Tao sword and slashed a sword on the Tao tribulation. The Tao tribulation collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan had a stunned look. When did his Tao sword become so strong? Following that, one Tao tribulation after another fell down. Yi Yuan chopped out with a sword again. The Tao tribulation collapsed once more. Yi Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. Was this the mysterious power of the blessing power? But he clearly did not feel that he was more powerful. The power of his Tao sword was still the same as before, but why could he shatter the Tao tribulation so easily? By the side, Li Clearcloud's eyes went wide. What kind of bulls? H.I. plus T sword technique is this boy using? Each sword slashed onto the weak spot of the Tao tribulation. This boy clearly doesn't have such sharp eyesight, but he could accomplish this. Even if it's the power of blessing, this is also too monstrous, right? Li Clearcloud said indignantly. 8-9 Tao tribulation, it was just some rule power descending. It was not invulnerable. These Tao tribulations were masterless things without consciousness. It was naturally impossible for there to be no flaws in the utilization of rules. Therefore, Tao tribulation had weak points too. It was just that to Yi Yuan, it was simply impossible to discover these weak points. Unless one reached an extremely high realm and had an extremely deep comprehension of rule power, only then could one detect it. Only then could one resolve a major problem with little effort easily shattering the Tao tribulation. But each of Yi Yuan's sword moves chopped on the weak point of the Tao tribulations randomly. If this kind of strange thing happened once in a while, forget it. But it actually happened to Yi Yuan for every sword. A coincidental thing became an inevitable thing. This was terrifying. How sharp were Li Clearcloud's eyes? He saw through the root of Yi Yuan being able to easily shatter the Tao tribulations with a glance. It was just that he was incomparably shocked in his heart. The enhancement of this power of blessing was also too scary, right? Song Qingyang was stunned too. Yi Yuan's strength was clear to him at a glance as well. This 8-9 Tao tribulation was absolutely not easy for him. But now, it was like a piece of cake. When could Tao tribulations be overcome like this too? This luck is too heaven-defying. Even if there's the enhancement of the power of blessing, it shouldn't be like this too. Most likely, this boy's own destiny is extremely strong to begin with. Now, with the blessing power of all the predecessors enhancing, that's why it's terrifying to such an extent. The corners of Song Qingyang's mouth twitched a few times, his expression seemingly strange as he said, "Right now, if lower true sovereign heavens were to fight with Yi Yuan, they would probably vomit blood, right?" Chapter 2849 Bullying to the Doorstep. Chapter 2849 Bullying to the Doorstep. A great destiny wielder plus the power of blessing. This simply has no solution. Not just lower true sovereign heaven. I'm afraid that if middle true sovereign heaven encounters this boy, they will vomit blood too. Yeah, although Yi Yuan can't do anything to a middle true sovereign heaven, if the middle true sovereign heaven wants to kill him, it's simply dreaming. I suspect that if this boy goes to a mystic realm right now, will he be able to find treasures if he went to relieve himself? Those martial nephews of Yi Yuan were rambling away, finding it hard to hide the shock in their hearts. This luck was really going to defy the heavens. One could say that the entire extreme medicine sect was standing behind Yi Yuan now, wanting to kill him. You would have to ask the extreme medicine sect's predecessors. With the augmentation of the sect's destiny, it would be hard even if Yi Yuan wanted to die. These grand completion, Emperor Sakra heaven powerhouses were all envious until they wanted to smack Yi Yuan to death. Very soon, the tribulation clouds scattered in disgrace, as if feeling some kind of deep helplessness too. Yi Yuan's realm also broke through smoothly, reaching Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. He came before Li Clearcloud, rather excitedly, and said with a smile, "Eldest senior brother, this power of blessing is really very useful. When you transcend tribulation, is it like this too?" Li Clearcloud's face turned black, immediately wanting to ignore Yi Yuan. Was it like this? Yes, but it was already very impressive to have one time under 10 rounds of Tao tribulation. He was simply cheating. If he transcended tribulations like this for all future realms, then would the first divergent cultivator hegemon in history be born? It was not impossible. He thought that the bet that Yi Yuan made with him would only be realized after a very long time. He did not expect that the face-slapping came so quickly. It was likely not easy to outlast Yi Yuan. He was a wielder of great destiny to begin with. Now, having obtained the power of blessing too, it would really be hard to die even if he wanted to. Swaz. H. Plusly Clearcloud threw a small and exquisite jade sword over, saying in AM, "You, F. fled voice. I don't want to talk to you. Take this jade sword and hurry up and go. Also, don't come to the Extreme Light Pavilion if you have nothing to do. Either way, your realm is still lacking. It's no use to come here too." The others nodded one after another, deeply feeling that way too. This guy seemed to purely be here to bully people. Finished saying, Li Clearcloud did not give Yi Yuan the chance to talk at all, flicking his sleeves. Yi Yuan was sent out of the Extreme Light Pavilion's P-A-C. Ouch. Yi Yuan plopped his B-U-T tox onto the ground and grimaced in pain. Thisly Clear Cloud was really merciless. Yi Yuan felt that he was very innocent. Wasn't it just transcending a tribulation? Was there a need for each and every one of you to look like you're bound by a common hatred for an enemy? Yi Yuan surveyed the surroundings. He returned to his residence. The means of an Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse was really fantastical. Even with his spatial rule attainments, he did not figure out how he returned. He was holding the Extreme Light Jade Sword in his hand. This was the token of an Extreme Light Pavilion's Pavilion Elder's ident. 1. Tai, and also the key to enter the Extreme Light Pavilion. The location of the Extreme Light Pavilion was very secret. Ordinary people did not know at all. However, Yi Yuan had the Extreme Light Jade Sword in his hands. As long as it was within the boundary of the Extreme Medicine Sect, he could enter the Extreme Light Pavilion at any time. With the Extreme Light Jade Sword, Yi Yuan was one of the most powerful people in the Extreme Medicine Sect. Suddenly, Yi Yuan heard a din outside. Zhu Yan, after messing around for a long time, this little junior brother of yours is a coward. It's also just bullying some juniors. When it really comes down to exchanging blows with his peers, he doesn't even dare to let out a fart. Martial Uncle Zhuo Chun is so protective of him, like a hen protecting her chicks. I was wondering what kind of alchemy genius he was. After messing around for a long time, he doesn't even dare to show his face. At this time, Xianyang Peak was surrounded by many people. Most were Emperor Realm powerhouses. There was also a minority who were true sovereign heavens. But the words were rather impolite. Zhu Yan's brows were tightly furrowed, and he said, W.A.N. Jilin, stop showing off here. If you have the ability, let's have a contest. Little junior brother just entered the sect, and you all are bullying to the doorstep like this. Do you really treat our lineage like we have body? But W.A.N. Jilin was not angry, and said with a smile, my junior apprentice brother Lu is grade 5 realm 2. How can fighting with a peer be bullying to the doorstep? You all don't even dare to have this kind of compet. 1. Taiyan, are you not cowardly turtles? Zhu Yan, if you were to admit that your lineage's people are all cowards in front of all the senior and junior apprentice brothers, we can turn around and leave. The expressions of Zhu Yan and the few senior apprentice brothers were ugly to the extreme, while by the side, Hua Zong's face was flushed red, Wisconsin H. I, plussing to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. This W.A.N. Jilin was Emperor Qin Shan's eldest disciple. Emperor Qin Shan was Emperor Zhuo Chen's sworn enemy. The two people's strengths were comparable, and their status in the sect was similar too. They were also backbone figures of the conservative and warring factions. They could be said to be incompatible like water and fire. Previously, Emperor Qin Shan added fuel to the fire with regards to Yi Yuan's matter, planning on making Zhuo Chen lose a great deal of face. In the end, he himself ended up dusty and dirty in appearance. Everyone was perfectly clear about those affairs in the sect. Having lost so much face, Qin Shan was naturally not willing to let the matter go. Just nice, his youngest disciple exited seclusion, and his alchemy path strength improved greatly, so he came to bully to the doorstep. Who was his youngest disciple? Lu Dowie, Extreme Medicine Sect's grade 5, Heavenly Alchemist's #1 person. Before Yi Yuan entered the sect, Lu Dowie was the Extreme Medicine Sect's man of the hour. He challenged the entire Extreme Medicine Sect's grade 5 Heavenly Alchemists by himself. In alchemy, he could be said to have fought all over the Extreme Medicine Sect and was unrivaled. Even many grade 6 Heavenly Alchemists were not his match either. Back then, Zhu Chun and Qin Shan were both very optimistic about Lu Dowie and wanted to take him in as a disciple. As a result, Lu Dowie still chose Qin Shan in the end. After he got the TI of number 1 grade 5, he immediately went into closed seclusion. This closed seclusion was 10 years long. Just a few days ago, Lu Dowie just exited seclusion. Before he could display his ability, Yi Yuan just happened to have arrived. Under Qin Shan's hastening of influence, Yi Yuan merely entered the sect for less than half a day and was already the man of the hour in the entire extreme medicine sect. Qin Shan naturally could not swallow this insult. Didn't he send Lu Dowie to come and challenge him? It was just nice. It also let Lu Dowie display his strength after leaving seclusion. On the one hand, it showed that he, Qin Shan, could teach disciples. On the other hand, it was also to let the conservation faction obtain more say. You look, only by secretly developing in the rear could one produce experts. Of course, Lu Dowie did not let Qin Shan down either. He came to Xianyang Peak to challenge Yi Yuan. In the end, Yi Yuan just happened to have gone to the Extreme Light Pavilion. Zhu Yan and the rest just happened to be here. It was naturally impossible to let Yi Yuan, this newcomer disciple, step forward. Lu Dowie did not talk rubbish either, directly issuing Hua Zong a challenge letter to compete in alchemy with him. In the end, Lu Dowie won. His alchemy strength, already Serpa S, said Hua Zong all round. A grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually defeated a grade 6 heavenly alchemist. How could this not make people sigh with admiration? One had to know that Hua Zong was not an ordinary grade 6 heavenly alchemist. He could be ranked within the entire sect. Otherwise, why would he have been accepted by Zhuo Chun as a cross-generation disciple? In order to slap the face of Zhuo Chun's lineage, W.A.N. Jilin deliberately spread the news and attracted many sect powerhouses. In the end, Lu Dowie shocked the world in one battle, Cruce. Plussing Hua Zong. Hence, that was why Hua Zong was so ashamed. Hua Zong's fists were clenched tightly as he said, "Third senior brother, it's all my fault. If my strength wasn't lacking, we also wouldn't be humiliated by people like this." Zhu Yan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Striving harder after knowing humiliation is what a real man does." Hua Zong clenched his jaws tightly and nodded his head. But Zhu Yan felt a headache too. This situation currently was not easy to resolve. At this time, a voice broke the silence. "Hey, each and every one of you, what are you quarreling about at my residence? You guys, do you still want people to cultivate or not? Do you have any civic-mindedness or not?" The moment Hua Zong looked, he could not help staying dumbfoundedly. "Little junior brother, when did you come back?" With this, everyone's gazes all looked toward Yi Yuan simultaneously with a whoosh. Chapter 2850. Didn't think that you're this kind of person. Chapter 2850. Didn't think that you're this kind of person. Previously, Yi Yuan was clearly not at his residence. With so many people surrounding here, where did Yi Yuan pop out from? Even Zhu Yan, this Emperor Realm powerhouse, was very surprised too. He did not detect Yi Yuan's return in the slightest, but W.A.N. Jilin and the rest seemed to be greatly invigorated. The perpetrator came out. "Aren't you, Zhuo Chun, amazing? Don't you dote on this disciple? Today, I'm going to slap your face ruthlessly in front of the entire sect." W.A.N. Jilin looked toward Zhu Yan with a look of amuse. E.M.E.N.T. and said, "Didn't you say that he wasn't around? Now, what do you still have to say?" Zhu Yan had an awkward look. Looking toward Yi Yuan, he had a look of anger from his failure to live up to expectations. "Didn't you know how to hide for a bit? Running out at this time Wouldn't it confirm cowardly turtle this term? Lu Dowie looked at Yi Yuan and said with a snicker, "You're Yi Yuan? I even thought about what kind of incredible genius you were. After messing around for a long time, it's just a cowardly turtle." Yi Yuan looked at Lu Dowie and said coolly, "Who are you?" Lu Dowie smiled smugly and said, "Don't know who I am? Listen up. I'm Lu Dowie, Extreme Medicine Sex, Grade 5, Heavenly Alchemist's #1 person. Very soon, I'll become the #1 person among Grade 6 Heavenly Alchemists. I only have one goal, and that's Ancestor Pine Spring. I'll step into profound grade before stepping into Emperor Realm." Got to say, this self-introduction was very impressive. It was because daring to put Zhou Pine Spring as a goal was a very courageous thing in the first place. Furthermore, and Amp, Lu Dowie had this capital. He was just Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heaven and already defeated a powerhouse like Huazong. When he reached Grand Completion True Sovereign Heaven, he might not be unable to step into profound grade. Logically speaking, Lu Dowie should be hated by many for being so arrogant, but there was none at all. Lu Dowie really underwent a complete change after the closed seclusion this time. I didn't expect that he set Ancestor Pine Spring as his goal. It sounds very arrogant, but it's really very promising. I heard that Ancestor Pine Spring could already defeat the top grade 6 Heavenly Alchemists in the sect when he was at grade 5 realm. Martial Uncle Qinshan took in a good disciple. Although we're grade 7 realm, we might get caught up to by him if we're careless. In the battle previously, Lu Dowie exhibited a formidable alchemy path strength. After 10 years of closed seclusion, he really underwent a complete transformation, shocking the world with one battle. Even the Zhou Pine Spring back then was likely not much stronger than Lu Dowie. Maybe when Lu Dowie reached Grand Completion True Sovereign Heaven, he would really step into profound grade. When Yi Yuan heard, he chuckled inwardly. Was profound grade very hard? He said coolly, "So incredible? Since you're already #1, what did you come to find me for?" Lu Dowie said coolly, "I just exited seclusion a few days ago and heard that a peerless genius at the same rank joined the sect. I naturally have to come and defeat him. Otherwise, how can my tlea of #1 be confirmed? But seeing you, I'm very disappointed. You're not worthy to be my opponent at all." These words were partly true and partly false. He indeed looked down on Yi Yuan, feeling that Yi Yuan was not worthy of being his opponent. But the other half was in order to infuriate Yi Yuan and then to slap his face mercilessly in front of everyone. This way, it would feel amazing. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan did not continue at all and said coolly, "Oh, since that's the case, then what are you still waiting here for? You can go." The moment these words came out, everyone could not help being stupefied. So cowardly? Even Zhu Yan and the rest were also stunned. Following, they felt so ashamed. Why did their master take in such a disciple? He was too lacking in guts-go. If Lu Dowie was true Sovereign Heaven, then forget it. But Lu Dowie was just Saint Sovereign Heaven. Even if he clearly knew that he was not a match, he also could not concede defeat under this kind of circumstances. Otherwise, how would others view their master? How would people view you? Furthermore, Yi Yuan had just entered the sect for a day. Even if he lost, it was not considered disgraceful either. But Yi Yuan did not follow up at all. They were disappointed, unbelievably disappointed. Lu Dowie looked at Yi Yuan and said with a big laugh, "In that case, you admit defeat?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I never said this." Lu Dowie was stupefied again and said, "Since you're not admitting defeat, then compete in a match." Yi Yuan continued to shake his head and said, "Leave. I won't compete with you, because there's no meaning at all." Lu Dowie could not help laughing as he said, In that case, you're being completely shameless. Whatever you think. Yi Yuan had waned interest and turned around and left, leaving behind the dumbfounded-looking crowd. This Lu Daoyi could not muster up his interest at all. Yi Yuan did not even have the desire to slap Lu Daoyi's face. Was winning Huazong very impressive? Was sating Zhou Pine Spring as a goal very impressive? It was just that Yi Yuan's behavior was simply stubbornly hanging on in the view of the others, clearly not a match and did not even dare to compete, but was not willing to admit defeat. It was difficult for this kind of person to have great accomplishments. I even thought what kind of remarkable disciple martial uncles Wu Chen took in. Looking at it now, it's simply disgraceful. Even if he loses after competing in a match, we won't look down on him either. At least, he had the courage. But now, he's clearly not a match and even refused to admit defeat. Ho-ho! WLL. TDH-ELL. Martial Uncle Zhua is really blind, bringing a coward back and even protecting him like a treasure. Yi Yuan's departure set up a mighty storm. Zhu Yan and the rest wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. This was a complete and utter humiliation. After Wu Jiang and the others were exiled, their perception of Yi Yuan immediately improved significantly. But now, it immediately returned to before a Mank. 1. P. Asian. No, it was even worse than before a Mank. 1. P. Asian. This was not losing your own face. This was losing their master's face. Lu Daoyi laughed loudly and said, Senior apprentice brother Zhu Yan, Uncle Wu Chen was wise all his life, but I didn't expect that he would have times where he's blind to this kind of trash. Lu Daoyi, don't even have the desire to smack his face. Senior apprentice brother W. A. N. G. Let's go. W. A. N. G. Lin smiled and said, Indeed, this kind of person, junior apprentice brother, will be bringing disgrace upon yourself by taking action. Let's go. As he said, Qin Shan's lineage left straight away. There was already no need to compete in this match. The effect was far better than beating Yi Yuan. Zhui Chen's lineage probably would not be able to lift their heads for a very long time. Furthermore, Lu Daoyi defeating Huazong in this battle would surely shock the entire sect. Their goal had already been achieved. At Yi Yuan's residence, Zhu Yan was very unhappy and said in a solemn voice, Junior apprentice brother Yi, how can you be like this? You got to know that who you're representing isn't just yourself. There's also Master. If you admit defeat, fine then. But you didn't concede, and also did not accept the challenge. Master's face has been utterly lost by you. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said smilingly, Third senior brother, I really can't muster interest in that Lu Daoyi. Competing with him is a complete waste of time. Zhu Yan was stunned and could not help laughing as he said, In that case, you feel that you're better than him? Yi Yuan nodded his head naturally and said, That's of course. Zhu Yan's smile became a sneer and said, Since you're stronger than him, why didn't you compete then? Yi Yuan said coolly, Because he's too weak. Zhu Yan could not resist laughing loudly and said, Even your senior apprentice brother, I don't dare to say that Lu Daoyi is weak. You're actually saying that he's weak? Junior apprentice brother, you disappoint me too much. I really didn't expect that you're such a person. Finished saying, Zhu Yan flicked his sleeves and left. Chapter 2850, One Shooting Down an Ancestor. Chapter 2850, One Shooting Down an Ancestor. With regards to the indignation of Zhu Yan and the others, Yi Yuan did not take it seriously either. He was not familiar with these people to begin with. There was no need to pay too much attention to their feelings. After Zhu Yan, these people left, Yi Yuan immediately went to the scripture library and started browsing the extreme medicine sect's alchemy records. the extreme medicine sect focused on alchemy, their scriptures being extremely plentiful. It could be said to be enough to fill a house to the rafters. The extreme medicine sect scripture library was divided into martial and alchemy, and the alchemy scripture library was a full 7 stories high, of course. Entering a different floor required different permissions. As Zhuo Chen's disciple, Yi Yuan's authority was naturally great and could directly climb up to the 6th floor. As for the scripture library, the extreme medicine sect's limitations were not too great. Alchemy Dao was different from martial Dao. It was not about giving a person a secret book, and then he would be able to ascend to heaven in one step. The things recorded in alchemy CLA S6 were also greatly different from the things recorded into martial arts CLA S6. Some of the profound things, even if let a person look, he might not be able to understand it too. Only by ACCU, mulating little by little could one go from the easy to the difficult and complicated, reaching the pinnacle. But not having many limitations did not mean that there were no limitations. The 7th level's CLA S6, that was all the foundation of the extreme medicine sect. Only those with the highest authority could browse them. After Yi Yuan entered the scripture library, he did not stop at the lowest level, but went straight up to the 6th level. Yi Yuan was only half a step away from profound grade. What he needed now was a spark of inspiration to break through this shackle. Ordinary CLA S6 could consolidate his foundation, but it was unable to serve as any advice. Therefore, he went straight to the 6th floor. Alchemy CLA S6 were not like martial arts CLA S6 being CLA S siphoned into levels. Just as the 100 Herbs Ilyu S Trot Ed Handbook, it could be said to just be the list of some heavenly medicines. But its preciousness was enough to place it at the 7th level. In the 6th level, there were naturally some records that Yi Yuan could not understand. But he understood the vast majority of it. It was because of the realm he had already reached, above profound grade. It was even more vague and insubstantial. That level of records was incredibly precious and would naturally be placed at the 7th level. Of course, Yi Yuan knew that there were even higher level books placed in the Extreme Light Pavilion. That place, only the Extreme Light Pavilion's pavilion elders had the qualifications to browse through. However, those books were still too distant for Yi Yuan. There was naturally no need to consider them for now. At the 6th level, there were not many people reading the CLA S6. It was basically some Emperor Realm powerhouses. The moment Yi Yuan entered the door, it immediately attracted sidelong glances. It was not that there were no grade 5 heavenly alchemists able to go up to the 6th floor. Lu Daoyi had this qualification, but even Lu Daoyi would not go up to the 6th level either. The alchemy records here were not suitable for him. Therefore, seeing a Saint Sovereign Heaven come up, these Emperor Realm powerhouses were all extremely surprised. Yi Yuan ignored these people's gazes, going straight for the bookcases and starting browsing through. All kinds of jade slips were placed on the bookcase. Next to the jade slips, there were the names and profiles of the records, which were clear at a glance. Yi Yuan swept a glance and casually picked up a profound grade, heavenly pill detailed explanation and started reading. Young man, it's not good to reach beyond your grasp. Profound grade heavenly pill is a realm that you're currently unable to touch. Better to lay down the foundation honestly. That's the right way. Suddenly, a voice transmitted over next to Yi Yuan's ear. Upon turning his head to look, it was an old man in black robes. Yi Yuan gave a bow and said smilingly, "Many thanks to Ancestor for your teachings." This disciple got it. Although he said so, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of leaving. This black-robed, Old Man's strength was unfathomable. Yi Yuan could not see through. He had likely already reached Emperor Sakra, Heaven Realm. Hence, Yi Yuan called him ancestor. The black-robed old man frowned and said, "Boy, are you turning a deaf ear to this seat's words?" Yi Yuan was helpless and could only say honestly, "Ancestor, this disciple came here in order to break through to profound grade." The moment this was said, many emperor realms immediately laughed out loud. A measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven said that he wanted to break through to profound grade was really hilarious. These people had already reached Emperor Realm and had not broken through to profound grade yet. It was fine if he did not say anything. But the moment he said this, the black-robed old man snorted coldly and said, "Not only are you reaching beyond your grasp, you're even wildly arrogant and conceited. Who's your master?" Yi Yuan was helpless and could only say, "My master is Zuo Chun." The black-robed old man snorted coldly and said, "Does Zuo Chun, that brat, have eyes but couldn't see? How did he accept such an ignorant brat to be a disciple? Go to where you should go. Don't disturb other people's reading here." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Ancestor, I'm just here to read. I didn't disturb others. It's you who disturbed the others." The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. This boy was really arrogant. Did he not know who this person in front of him was? Even if he did not know, to dare call Zuo Chun that brat, and even said that he had eyes but could not see, could he be an ordinary person? You actually dared to talk like this. The black-robed old man gave a cold laugh when he heard that. He said, "Oh, well done. Even if Zuo Chun, that brat, is in front of this seat, he also wouldn't dare to talk like that. Young friend, you really have a lot of balls." Yi Yuan said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. "This disciple is just speaking the truth. This disciple has the right to enter the 6th level. I naturally have the right to read here. Even if this blows up to sect master there, I'm not in the wrong either. Ancestor, you don't have the authority to make me leave. If Ancestor, you insist on making this disciple leave, then I can only go to the law enforcement hall to redress my grievance." The black-robed old man's face was already black as the bottom of a pot. This brat actually brought to the law enforcement hall to suppress him. He was making him leave for his own good. Not only did this brat not appreciate the kindness, but he was also even messing with him. If this matter really ended up at the law enforcement hall there, he really could not explain it clearly. With Yi Yuan's ident, 1. Tai, he indeed had the qualifications to read the records here. He was the alchemy scripture libraries manager. If he really chased Yi Yuan out, that would be his fault. The law enforcement hall would assess him. He, an exalted emperor, Sakra Heaven powerhouse, actually made things difficult for a Saint Sovereign Heaven. This could not be justified, no matter what. Good. Very good. This seat wants to see how you break through to profound grade realm. You're called Yi Yuan, right? This seat has remembered you. Later, this seat will ask Zuo Chun, that brat, how he teaches disciples. The black-robed old man flicked his sleeves and left, leaving behind the dumbfounded group of Emperor Realm powerhouses. This kid is too amazing to actually shoot down Elder Fan, Lee, until he's speechless. What amazing! I think that he's courting death. Elder Fan, Lee, is the sect master's senior apprentice brother, his seniority being extremely old. This kid offended him. Even Martial Uncle Zuo Chun can't protect him too. Actually, I also really want to see how this boy breaks through to profound grade realm. Yi Yuan naturally knew that Fan Li was doing it for his own good, but he told the truth, and the other party did not believe him and even wanted to chase him away. Sometimes geniuses were so helpless. Since you want to see, then I'll let you see. Yi Yuan did not think too much either, divine sense sinking into the jade slip, and started reading carefully. Very soon, the matter of Yi Yuan not daring to accept Lu Daoi's challenge, but that he was too stubborn to admit defeat, was known across the entire sect. Originally, a measly little saint sovereign, heaven, naturally would not attract people's attention. But the commotion caused when Yi Yuan entered the sect was too big. Even if he did not want to attract attention, he could not. This matter continued to ferment. Very soon, Zhuo Chen's lineage became the laughingstock of the entire sect. When sect master gave the order personally, there naturally would not be people who thought that it was Yi Yuan's face. Hence, the vast majority of the people felt that this was Zhuo Chen being partial to Yi Yuan. Now, who he was S.H.I. plus Elding was actually this kind of coward. Wouldn't it be a joke? On the other hand, Lu Daoi's grand words also spread across the extreme medicine sect swiftly, shocking everyone. Lu Daoi's domineering exit from seclusion could be said to have become a sea-stabilizing divine needle of the conservative faction. Although he was just a grade 5 heavenly alchemist, his battle achievement already closed in on the number 1 genius. Zhou Pine Spring, what did this indicate? This showed that the conservative faction's way of doing things was correct. If they could nurture another hegemon realm in the rear, it would absolutely have a profound impact on this war. On Tiansong Peak, Qin Shan said with a loud laugh, Good disciple. Master indeed didn't misjudge you. This time, you really gained face for Master. These 2 days, he was really riding on the crest of success, getting his fill of the limelight. Even when some Emperor Sakra heavens saw him, they also greeted warmly with smiling faces. Lu Dao smiled and said, Master, the marvelous thing is still at the back. From tomorrow onward, I'll challenge the sect's grade 6 heavenly alchemists. I want to let everyone know that I, Lu Dao, am the number 1 genius after Ancestor Pine Spring. I want to let everyone know that Master's opinion is the correct one. Chapter 2852, Entering Profound Grade. Extreme Medicine is shocked. Chapter 2852, Entering Profound Grade. Extreme Medicine is shocked. I lost. A grade 6 heavenly alchemist said dejectedly. In the next second, the whole audience was shocked. This is already the 18th consecutive win. Goodness gracious, this Lu Dao is going to defy the heavens. Grade 6 heavenly alchemists are almost being swept away by him. His impressiveness really wasn't bragged about. Maybe he can really catch up to Ancestor Pine Spring's footsteps. It's pretty close. Emperor Qin Shan really took in a fine disciple. Speaking of which, Emperor Qin Shan is on par with Emperor Zhuo Chen to begin with. But now the gap is widened. These 2 disciples are really, one is in the sky and the other on the ground. For half a month in a row, Lu Dao won 18 matches in a row, shocking the entire sect. Leaving seclusion this time, Lu Dao was domineering to the extreme. And he really fought all over the extreme medicine sect and was unrivaled. These 18 people were all existences who rose above the SES among grade 6 heavenly alchemists. Lu Dao being able to win all the battles, he was definitely powerful to the extreme. Even when compared to the Zhou Pine Spring back then, it was not far off too. Back then, Zhou Pine Spring truly swept across grade 6 when he was at peak grade 5. In contrast, Emperor Qin Shan's old adversary, Emperor Zhuo Chen's disciple Yi Yuan, was really far too lacking. A mother relied on her son to be while a master relied on his disciple to be one. If one could bring up a hegemon realm powerhouse, that would absolutely be infinitely glorious. Hey, did you guys hear? That newly accepted disciple of martial uncle Zhuo Chen, Yi Yuan, entered the scripture library and made public that he's going to break through to profound grade. Martial Uncle Fan Lee urged him with good intentions, and he even shot Martial Uncle Fanley down. It's really making me die of laughter. There's still such a thing? Ha ha ha. The disciples under Martial Uncle Zhuo Chen's tutelage, when compared to Martial Uncle Qin Shan, has always been a notch stronger. If not for senior apprentice brother Meng Yuqian death in battle, their lineage would firmly suppress Qin Shan's lineage. But now, they really completely lost face all the way to their grandmother's home. Isn't that so? When that Yi Yuan entered the scripture library, he went straight up to the 6th level. That's absolutely max posturing points. Grade 5, heavenly alchemist stepping into profound grade realm. If it can really be done, that will really shock the entire Grand Bright Jade. Complete heaven. Ha ha ha, how hilarious. That boy is also an interesting one. Talking about Yi Yuan, everyone burst into laughter because of Qin Shan and Zhuo Chen's relations. H-I plus P, Lu Daoyi would naturally be used as a comparison too. Not comparing was still fine, but upon comparison, the difference was really too big. One was like the sun in the sky, being incomparably dazzling. The other was like the dust beneath one's feet, being bleak and dim. Especially Yi Yuan's personality, it was what made people denounce the most. Puffing himself up at his own cost and reveling in it, he became everyone's laughingstock. In this whole world, most likely apart from himself, there was no one with this sense of superiority anymore. Tomorrow, I'll challenge senior apprentice brother W. A-N-G-G. At that time, all senior apprentice brothers, please show up and support. Lu Daoyi surveyed the surroundings and said loudly, with this, it shocked everyone even more. He's actually going to challenge W. A-N-G-G. Impressive. W. A-N-G-G is Ancestor Pei Zhen's disciple. He can definitely rank among the top 10 in grade 6. It looks like Lu Daoyi still has strength to spare. With this, there will really be a good show to watch. Previously, who Lu Daoyi challenged were all the disciples of grade 8 heavenly alchemists, but some grade 9 heavenly alchemists similarly had grade 6 disciples. Of course, the eyesights of grade 9 heavenly alchemists were pickier. The grade 6 disciples that they took in were naturally stronger. W-A-N-G-G was one of them. Lu Daoyi's challenges set off bigger and bigger waves in the sect. Even some veteran Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouses have already started to pay attention. Once the strength that Lu Daoyi displayed reached a certain level, Qin Shan, this small household, naturally would not be able to accommodate him anymore. At that time, those grade 9 heavenly alchemists would be moved too. Regarding the outside world's disturbances, Yi Yuan was completely clueless. These few days, he had been immersing in the sea of alchemy Dao all along, unable to extricate himself. The extreme medicine sect was well deserving of being the #1 alchemy sect. The records on the 6th level were truly incomparably vast. Compared to that incomplete Labyrinth Divine Palace, the alchemy records here were clearly more comprehensive and more complete. Furthermore, countless profound grade powerhouses had appeared in the extreme medicine sect's history before. Their handwritten notes were also stored in the scripture library. These were valuable sets. Yi Yuan could even distinctly feel that he was getting closer and closer to the realm of profound grade. It was just that all of his seriousness was pretending to be profound in other people's eyes. Either way, profound grade could not be broken through to in a day or two. Just you pretend. See when you can pretend until. Senior apprentice brother, I heard that you got shot down by a junior recently and didn't even dare to let out a fart. The one talking was Fan, Lee's junior apprentice brother, Miao Chuan, and he was also Song Qingyang's junior apprentice brother. He was closer to Fan Li. Hearing that he got deflated, he specially came to see him. Fan Li's face was black as the bottom of a pot, and he said in a solemn voice, "The juniors now don't know how to appreciate kindness too much." I saw that his strength was meager, and so I asked him to consolidate his foundation and take care not to reach beyond his grasp. In the end, he used the law enforcement hall to pressure me. Oh, I'm currently really looking forward to how he breaks through to profound grade. Miao Chuan smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother, rest assured. After this boy comes out, this junior apprentice brother will definitely give vent to your anger. There's no trouble that my law enforcement hall can't look for." Miao Chuan was the law enforcement hall's great protector. His strength naturally could not be underestimated. The law enforcement hall's view was fairness. No matter who it implicated, it would take an impartial approach to all. But the law enforcement hall's authority was also immense. If they really wanted to use the sect rules to find trouble, not many could escape it. Fan Li nodded and said, "I'll leave this matter to you. Senior apprentice brother, I have lived to this ripe old age. Yet, I've really never seen such an arrogant junior before. A mere grade 5 heavenly alchemist wants to step into the realm of profound grade 2. If he really breaks through, I'll smack my mouth into shambles." His voice had yet to fade when Fan Li and Miao Chuan's expressions suddenly changed. Inside the scripture library, a profound and inscrutable undulation quietly descended. Did someone break through to profound grade? It wouldn't be that boy, right? Miao Chuan said, "Impossible. This is definitely someone else breaking through. Right now on the 6th level, there are several who are stuck at the bottleneck of profound grade." Fan Li denied it right away. Grade 5, heavenly alchemist reaching profound grade. How was this possible? Didn't that mean that Yi Yuan was even more monstrous than Ancestor Pine Spring? It was absolutely impossible for this kind of thing to happen. The two people's figures appeared on the 6th floor at the first moment. In the next moment, the two people's expressions were indescribably wondrous. It's really him. How is this possible? Grade 5 realm breaking through to profound grade. This boy is truly so monstrous. Fan Li asked a series of questions to hide his current shock, but it could not be hidden. This scene was seriously too shocking. The entire scripture library was in an uproar. He really broke through. It turns out that he wasn't boasting. He's really amazing. Grade 5 realm breaking through to profound grade. He's even more monstrous than Ancestor Pine Spring. We ridiculed him for half a month. After so long, we're the dumbest ones. 1. This is an ancient Chinese saying, where in the palace, a mother's status is directly tied to the son's. Chapter 2853, Dimensional Level Blow. Chapter 2853, Dimensional Level Blow. True grade entering profound grade was a huge leap. Just as Holy Son Song Yongning back then, he had long already stepped into the realm of true grade at greater sublime heavenly stratum. His apartment, Tude, was naturally significantly worse when compared to the extreme medicine sect's disciples. In the extreme medicine sect, to be an expert entering true grade was the most basic requirement. But there were scanty few who stepped into profound grade from true grade. The vast majority of heavenly alchemists barely managed to step into profound grade when they were at grade 8 realm. There were even some who could not break through to profound grade at all. Those who broke through to profound grade at grade 7 realm were all peerless geniuses, being able to advance to profound grade at initial stage grade 7. Those were all geniuses among geniuses, targets of heavy grooming by the sect. This kind of geniuses had the possibility of reaching peak grade 9 in the future, grade 6 realm reaching profound grade. Other than Zhou Pinespring, there were really not many of them who could be found. Lu Dowie's ultimate goal was just to step into the realm of profound grade before grade 7. It could be seen from this how difficult it was for true grade to enter profound grade. As for a grade 5 realm profound grade expert, it was simply unheard of. But today it appeared. Profound grade was a kind of heavenly pill grade, and also a kind of realm. Reaching profound grade showed that one's understanding of alchemy Tao already attained a higher level, and the person had a chance to pry into that fleeting and ephemeral realm of chaos heavenly master. The current Yi Yuan already entered a state of forgetting oneself, allowing alchemy Tao rule to strike him. Taking this step was only a matter of course, but Yi Yuan's pursuit went far beyond profound grade. The realm of Cloud Mount blooming flowers with a single thought had broadened Yi Yuan's horizons, opening another window for him. He was still reading the book, still immersed in Tao. As for when he broke through, he was completely unaware. He was still immersed in the knowledge of the Jade Slip, but the extreme medicine sect had long already exploded. This news was like Cloud Mount's blooming flowers with a single thought, instantly sweeping across the entire sect. As for the news of Lu Dowie's beating WANGG, it was instantly drowned out. All 19 battles, all victories. More than half of the grade 6 realms were swept across by him. The imposing momentum that Lu Dowie used more than half a month to create was instantly crushed by Yi Yuan's breakthrough. Although I scorned him, he died because of me. This matter was completely and utterly a dimensional level blow. He and Lu Dowie were originally not in the same dimension. With regards to Lu Dowie's actions and his challenges, Yi Yuan did not pay attention to it at all. But Yi Yuan's breakthrough had completely shattered his limelight without the slightest mercy. At this time, there was already no one who would go and pay attention to a genius disciple who viewed Zhou Pinespring as his goal. It was because there was already a genius who completely Serpa said Zhou Pinespring. Yi Yuan Serpa Sing was not a little bit, but it was an all-round Serpa. Sing. Before this, the extreme medicine sect's record was entering profound grade at peak grade 6. But now, Yi Yuan directly refreshed this record to grade 5. Increased it by a full major realm. You're a genius? Ho-hoo, go to one corner and play. In the eyes of true geniuses, there was only Serpa Sing, and it was not chasing. In Yi Yuan's eyes, there were no opponents at all. Hence, he naturally would not waste his energy and go compete in alchemy with Lu Dowie as well. When Qin Shan's lineage heard this news, everyone was petrified for a full quarter of an hour. Yi Yuan, this jumping clown, had long already been tossed to the back of their minds by them. In their eyes, Yi Yuan was never an opponent. Their opponent was Zhuo Chun. Giving Yi Yuan a blow was just in order to make Zhuo Chun look bad. That was all. It had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. But the weakling without the slightest sense of existence in their eyes became the most dazzling pearl on East Victory Mountain Range. This kind of contrast made them feel despair, especially Lu Dowie. Oh, since that's the case, then what are you still waiting here for? You can go. Leave. I won't compete with you, because there's no meaning at all. Whatever you think. Yi Yuan's calm and collected tone seemed to still be echoing in his ears. It sounded so ridiculous at that time, but now they finally understood that it was not stubbornness and not stubbornly hanging on, but that he did not treat him as an opponent at all. At this very moment, when Lu Dowie recalled half a month ago, it was as if Yi Yuan's eyes did not have him at all. He, this peerless genius after Zhou Pinespring, was directly overlooked. The one who ignored him was a rookie whose realm was even lower than his. How could this be? How could this be? Lu Dowie mumbled under his breath, clearly unable to accept this result. But this news had already been confirmed. Furthermore, it was the scripture library's ancestor fan, Li, who personally verified it. At the time of the breakthrough, there were also many people who saw it. I'm not convinced. I'm going to challenge him. Lu Dowie suddenly roared and rushed out. Qin Shan flicked his sleeves, and Lu Dowie returned to where he was. Qin Shan looked at Lu Dowie, his expression seemingly complicated. Heaving a light sigh, he said, "Dowie, forget it. Although it's very demoralizing to say this, Master has no choice but to tell you it's impossible for you to defeat him in your lifetime. You guys are too far apart. Poor work." Lu Dowie spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Pa-s. Sing out. When the group of senior apprentice brothers saw this scene, their faces had some reluctance. Master is being so straightforward too demoralizing to little junior brother, and Jilin could not resist asking. Qin Shan sighed again and said, "He's completely not on the same level as Yi Yuan in alchemy. Even Grandmaster Pinespring is likely not on the same level when compared to Yi Yuan too. If Dowie doesn't realize this point, then his road of alchemy Dao will collapse here, and he can forget about improving another inch. In reality, his talent is really very high, and he even has hope of catching up to Grandmaster Pinespring. There's no need to compare to that one. If he understands this point, he'll still have great accomplishments in the future. It's just that it's probably very, very difficult." Qin Shan was a genius too. He naturally knew about the pride of geniuses. The more genius one was, the prouder they were. Hence, extreme medicine sect's proudest person was Zhou Pinespring. Lu Dowie's talent was comparable to Zhou Pinespring. How could he not be proud? However, the more it was so, the harder it would be to extradite himself when faced with such a blow that left him black and blue all over. Whether or not he could walk out of it, that would depend on how strong his inner heartbeat was. /B, Qin Shan, bursting this bubble, was hoping that Lu Dowie would re-establish after destruction, striving harder after knowing humiliation. Otherwise, he could not think of other ways. But even so, this difficulty was still too high. A hint of indignation flashed across and Jilin's eyes, and he said, "On what basis? On what basis could that punk break through to profound grade? He's just grade 5 realm." Recalling that scene from half a month ago, he felt that Yi Yuan was very laughable at that time. But now, he felt that Yi Yuan's posturing level was lofty and out of reach. Many people like to pretend to be aristocrats after becoming rich, demonstrating their extraordinariness from before and after. However, true aristocrats would never show off. True aristocrats were very low profile. Hence, when a local tyke, and ran into a true aristocrat that was really losing face all the way to their grandmother's house. They were like this. Qin Shan's face also had a hint of unnaturalness. Clearly, he did not dare to believe it either. Yeah, what right does he have? The matter blew up so big. Most likely, over at the absolute heaven barrier that side. They all will be shocked too, right? Qin Shan muttered. Chapter 2854, The Beauty is Betrothed. Chapter 2854, The Beauty is Betrothed. Old Fart Cloudmount, you really picked up a treasure. I didn't expect that this kid is actually so monstrous, entering profound grade at grade 5 realm. Hegemon Cloudmount's face was full of smugness, but he said, "He's a little talented, but him being able to break through to profound grade so quickly, that's all due to my credit." The other hegemons shut up very sensibly. This guy was unbelievably pretentious. Back then, when Hegemon Pine Spring advanced to Hegemon Realm. This old man showed off so much, wanting the whole world to know. These people were victims of it. It was also that the war had erupted now. Otherwise, this old thing would definitely show off again this time, making sure the whole world knew. They had never heard before of a grade 5 realm profound grade expert. When these hegemons heard this news, they were naturally inexplicably shocked in his hearts. Grade 6 realm profound grade experts would still emerge occasionally, whether or not they could become hegemons, just as Lu Dowie. But grade 5 realm profound grade experts were unheard of. Ha ha ha. You all these fellows, in spite of how each and every one of you put on airs, you're really inferior to me, Cloudmount, in teaching disciples. This time, this seat is going to coach a divergent cultivator, Hegemon Realm. Not that I'm saying you guys, us old things might not be able to make any improvements in 10,000 years. Why not spend more effort on teaching disciples, produce a few more hegemons, and we wouldn't have to toil so hard anymore either. Just you show off, can't we just ignore you? Could Hegemon realms be coached? If they could be coached, then Heaven One Continent would not have ended up in this plight too. Seeing everyone remain quiet, Cloudmount smiled and said, Pine Spring, what do you think? This brat's talent really Serpa. SES yours. Joe Pine Spring said, whether it's success or failure, it still has to depend on afterward. Cloudmount smiled and said, Ho, it looks like you're jealous too. Indeed, for so many years, it's not that there were none who Serpa said you at grade 6 realm, but later they all faded into the crowd. But this little junior brother of yours, I feel very optimistic about him. Joe Pine Spring smiled and said, what Master said is right. This disciple is indeed a little jealous in my heart. However, in this present situation, if little junior brother can reach the Hegemon realm, it will indeed be a great thing to us. Cloudmount chuckled and said, those juniors in the sect have probably all gone crazy from fighting now, right? But they all don't know that this kid has already been claimed. When they discover Yi Yuan's ident, 1. Tai, their expressions must be very fascinating, right? Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, this seat is the sect master's senior apprentice brother. My seniority is the highest in the sect. If you acknowledge me as your master, you'll be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. Don't listen to him. This old punk's strength is too weak. That's why he has to guard here in the scripture library. I'm different. I'm the strongest one other than sect master. If you acknowledge me as your master, you can obtain countless resources. Yi Yuan, in the path of cultivation, one mustn't just rely only on talent. One should rely on resources more. What bulls? I plus T resources do you have? Yi Yuan, this seat is in charge of the extreme medicine sect's alchemy resources. As long as it's heavenly medicines that you need, there's nothing that this seat can't get. It's tremendously beneficial to you if you acknowledge me as your master. 5 alchemy path powerhouses were currently surrounding Yi Yuan. These 5 people were the 5 people with the most ill. U.S. tries authority in the extreme medicine sect apart from Song Qingyang. Fan Li was Song Qingyang's senior apprentice brother, but among these 5 people, he did not have much advantage instead. Of course, those Emperor Realm powerhouses on the Scripture Library's 6th floor were all chased out. It was better for this scene in front of them to not be seen by people. Miao Chuan and Fan Li were the closest, but currently Fan Li was glaring at Miao Chuan fiercely, as if going to tear him into 2. It was because Miao Chuan was his greatest compet. 1 tore in fighting for this disciple. As for the disdain at the beginning, it was long already tossed beyond the 9th layer of heaven by them. This kind of disciple was hard to come across in 10,000 years. Yi Yuan swept a glance and suddenly smiled and said, "Ancestors, why didn't Sect Master come?" At virtually the same time, the 5 people's expressions turned black. "Why? Looking down on the few of us. You punk, you're too full of yourself." One should know, even when Hegemon Pine Spring was unrivalably talented back then, when he was at Saint Sovereign Heaven Realm, no one showed any interest in him either. Hoo-hoo, don't misunderstand my words. My meaning is, the few of you probably don't have the qualifications to take me in as a disciple. Yi Yuan continued. The 5 people exploded at once. "Brat, you're really full of yourself. In this extreme medicine sect, apart from the few of us, who else had the qualifications to take you in as a disciple?" But in the next second, the expressions on their faces instantly became fascinating to the extreme. It was because a small and exquisite jade sword appeared in Yi Yuan's hand, since no idea when. The extreme light jade sword. Why would this puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven have the extreme light jade sword? An extreme light jade sword was something that only the Extreme Light Pavilion's elders had. Thinking up to here, the 5 people could not help shuddering. To think that this one in front of them was actually an Extreme Light Pavilion elder? How was this possible? Fan Li's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said ferociously, "Song Qingyang Yubi, ASTARD, to actually dare scam your father. Song Qingyang, you'll give birth to a son without an A, and U-S. Song Qingyang, FUCKU." The few people practically burst out swearing at the same time. Very clearly, Song Qingyang knew about this. But he did not warn them. Logically speaking, after Yi Yuan did such an Astonies, plussing thing, Song Qingyang should have come over right away. But he did not. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Martial nephews, it's not that Sect Master had the intention to hide it. This was what Master instructed. The few of you are all the extreme medicine sect's upper echelons. Please don't spread this matter." Master? Who was this boy's master? Fan Li's expression was said as he said, "Pavilion, Elder Yi, may I ask, your master is Hegemon Cloudmount." The 5 people were collectively speechless. They thought that this was probably Hegemon Pine Spring's disciple. That was why he had the qualifications to enter the Extreme Light Pavilion. Who knew that he was actually Hegemon Cloudmount's disciple? Hegemon Cloudmount had already not accepted a disciple for over 100,000 years, paying respects to little martial uncle. The 5 people gave Yi Yuan a deep bow while having fascinating expressions. It was too much of a freaking scam. On the other side, Zhu Yan and the rest were sitting on pins and needles, their expressions similarly very fascinating. After getting this news, their reactions were virtually cut from the same cloth as Emperor Qinshan that side. Collectively petrified, too impressive, until they were unable to digest it in a short time. It turns out that what little junior brother said was true. Zhu Yan's face was full of bitterness as he said, "Lu Daoyi was really too weak." Not just Lu Daoyi, even he, Zhu Yan, was similarly too weak. When Yi Yuan said this, they scoffed in derision and were full of disdain. But when Yi Yuan broke through to profound grade, everything became a matter of course. Huazong similarly smiled bitterly and said, "No wonder little junior brother couldn't be bothered to take action. Lu Daoyi can't muster up his interest at all. In our view, Lu Daoyi is amazingly talented. But in little junior brother's view, he's not worth mentioning at all. What have we done?" Zhu Yan smiled bitterly and said, "After little junior brother exits seclusion, I'll personally admit my mistake and apologize. Us senior apprentice brothers are too unqualified." Chapter 28:55 Yangqing's Rise. Chapter 28:55 Yangqing's Rise. I eliminated you, but it had nothing to do with you. This was a tragic story. The outside world raged wildly in a violent storm, but it did not have the slightest to do with Yi Yuan, although it was all because of him. Yi Yuan's close seclusion was 10 years long. For 10 years, Yi Yuan seriously studied the alchemy records that he could read on the 6th level. He gleaned considerable benefits. Profound grade was indeed another realm. Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Tao had already taken shape a long time ago. One pill, one world. But worlds had distinctions of superiority too. Just like the 33 heavens and the planes across the heavens, they were not worlds on the same level. Profound grade, heavenly pill. The heavenly pill was still that heavenly pill, but the level was already completely different. It was just like forcefully raising their original small world by a level. The medicinal properties of the heavenly pill naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. After Yi Yuan exited seclusion, the proud son of heaven, Lu Dowie, from 10 years ago, had long already faded into the crowd. Of those true sovereign heavens who were once defeated by him, someone had already stepped into Emperor Realm. Many of his peers had also broken through to true sovereign heaven and stepped into the ranks of grade 6 heavenly alchemist. However, the piece of news concerning Yi Yuan breaking through to profound grade was still limited to within a certain scope in the end. Why? It was because no one took him in as a disciple. Logically speaking, this kind of amazingly talented genius, there would at least be extreme light pavilion elders, or even hegemon realm powerhouses who took them in as a disciple. But there were none. The reason was very simple. Yi Yuan was a divergent cultivator, someone who was destined to die, someone who was destined to be unable to step into hegemon realm, was not worth paying attention to, no matter how genius you were. The people of the outside world naturally did not know that all the upper echelons in the sect had once fought to take him in as a disciple. They were even more unaware that hegemon Cloudmount had long already taken him in as a disciple. Hence, in many people's view, the sect was deliberately suppressing Yi Yuan. Because of this kind of unprecedented major event, the sect actually did not have any movements at all. Thinking about it, it made sense too. You, a trash who was unable to break through to hegemon realm, actually turned a genius who had extremely high potential to become hegemon realm into a good-for-nothing. Preposterous. Therefore, the moment Yi Yuan exited seclusion, he drew all manners of strange gazes. This guy is clearly occupying the latrine and not taking a dump. Isn't that so? He can't become hegemon himself, but caused others to be unable to become hegemon. This is making others have no alternative path to take after he reached the end of his rope. Lu Dowie is completely crippled. He didn't make any advancement for 10 years. Sai, an originally good sapling for hegemon realm, got ruined by him just like this. Hearing these discussion voices, Yi Yuan was stupefied too. Who was Lu Dowie? What did him getting crippled had to do with him? In Yi Yuan's eyes, Lu Dowie was just an insignificant minor character. He could not be bothered to remember him at all. Yi Yuan, you finally exited seclusion. Ha ha ha. You don't know how awe-inspiring I, Lord Qing, have been in these 10 years. Just as Yi Yuan was absent-minded, a loud laughter sounded out. No need to look, and one would also know that Yang Qing had arrived. Sure enough, hearing that Yi Yuan exited seclusion, Yang Qing brought Big Yellow Xiao Qing, and Jingfei immediately came over. Yang Qing entered the extreme medicine sect too, and became the extreme medicine sect's disciple. As for Jingfei, the three of them, because they were of the true spirit lineage, they only stayed on Xianyang Peak with the ident. One tie of servants. Yang Qing was still as show-offy as before. Yi Yuan ignored him, but asked, "They all said that I ruined Lu Dowie." Who is Lu Dowie? The moment these words came out, the whole place fell into a dead silence. It turned out that you crippled him, but you didn't even know who he was? You're too much. Yang Qing had a strange look too, as he said, "Do you really not know, or are you feigning ignorance?" Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, "I entered closed seclusion as soon as I entered the sect. It's also not that you don't know. When did I ruin Lu Dowie?" Yang Qing was speechless as he said, "Have you forgotten? Before you went into closed seclusion, Qin Shan's lineage came to challenge you once before." Upon saying that, Yi Yuan remembered it. It seemed like there was really such a thing. "Oh, it's him? But I didn't agree to compete in alchemy with him either. How did I cripple him?" Yi Yuan said speechlessly. Yang Qing laughed loudly and said, "Wasn't it still because you broke through to profound grade? You don't know how stirred the entire sect was when you broke through to profound grade 10 years ago. Lu Dowie had always believed that he was #1 in grade 5, and even wanted to catch up to Ancestor Pinespring. In the end, he was given a direct blow by you. Hearing that when he got the news that you broke through to grade 5, he vomited blood on the spot and used 2 years' time before getting off the bed. During these remaining 8 years, he has also been like a walking corpse without making any improvement in 10 years. If this isn't your fault, who else can you blame?" The muscles on Yi Yuan's face twitched. What did this have to do with him? Just this bit of psychic. He still wanted to catch up to senior apprentice Brother Pinespring? Although Yi Yuan did not know about Zhou Pinespring's past, he believed that Zhou Pinespring absolutely would not be so fragile. The stronger the opponent was, the stronger you should be. Your father had not even made a move, and you already fell down. With just this, you still wanted to break through to Hegemon realm? Yi Yuan waved his hand and directly filtered Lu Dowie out. Turning to size Yang Qing up, he said, "It looks like you're living pretty well these 10 years. Many extreme medicine sect disciples around immediately fell down. This guy was too posturing. Could you freaking not feel any guilt at all? You ruined a Hegemon realm sapling." The moment Yang Qing heard about himself, he immediately had a look of exultation and said, "That's right, elder brother, I am an Emperor Sakra Heaven Powerhouse's personal disciple now. In terms of seniority, you still have to call me Martial Uncle." Yi Yuan's expression was strange as he said, "Oh, which Emperor Sakra Heaven is blind to actually take you in as a disciple?" It was dead silent all round again. "Are you freaking courting death? You were clearly just a puny little saint, Sovereign Heaven. You actually dared to say that an Emperor Sakra Heaven Powerhouse was blind?" Yang Qing snorted coldly and said, "Lord Qing, I swept across true Sovereign Heaven realm these 10 years. At present, I've already fought into the top 50 on the True Sovereign list. Even Grand Completion True Sovereign Heaven Powerhouses have been challenged by me. Elder Brother's superior performance has moved a bunch of Emperor Realm Powerhouses. Many Emperor Vast Heaven Powerhouses wanted to take me in as a disciple, but were intercepted by Great Emperor Jiaze. Great Emperor was the honorary name for Emperor Sakra Heaven Powerhouses. Speaking of Yang Qing's ranking, it was originally not so heaven-defying that it could obtain the favor of a great emperor. But during these 10 years, his improvement was the fastest among the sect's martial arts powerhouses. Not one of Yang Qing's talent was indeed extremely terrifying. The Rainclear continent limited his talent, entering a hegemon-level sect like the Extreme Medicine sect. His talent revealed itself very quickly. In these 10 years, Yang Qing's great Dao rule improved extremely fast. From the initial most zero interest shown by everyone to rising up prominence later on, then to sweeping across true sovereign heavens, he only used 10 years. In 10 years, His cultivation realm only increased to peak middle true sovereign heaven, but his combat power was off the charts. Grand completion, true sovereign heaven realm powerhouses were virtually swept away by him. His ranking in true sovereign heaven also jumped straight up to the top 50 from a few thousandth place. One had to know, in a huge sect like the extreme medicine sect, how terrifying was it to rank in the top 50. Hearing these, Yi Yuan was not surprised. He knew that Yang Qing was tremendously talented. In terms of martial arts talent, he was not even much worse than him. Of course, he did not have his great destiny, so his combat power was significantly worse than his. But entering the extreme medicine sect made up for the inadequacy in his destiny. In this place, there was no shortage of heavenly pills, no shortage of cultivation methods, no shortage of martial techniques, no shortage of opponents. Nothing was lacking. Hence, his talent started showing. Yang Qing liked to brag, but sometimes it was also not really bragging. Yang Qing, you still have the heart to show off to a good-for-nothing here. Hoo-hoo, if I were you, I'd hurry up and pack my things up and make a run for it. This way, maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. When Yang Qing had a look of exultation, a mocking voice sounded out in their ears. Chapter 2856 owed so much contribution points. Chapter 2856 owed so much contribution points. Hearing this voice, Yang Qing's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, Shang Qian, who the H-E-L-I do you think you are? To also dare scold others a good-for-nothing? Grand completion, true sovereign heaven, and you were beaten by your grandpa Qing until you had to search the ground for your teeth. You have the cheek to call out to? Shang Qian did not care either, saying with a snicker, isn't some guy who can't advance to Hegemon realm a good-for-nothing? A grade 5 realm profound grade expert actually doesn't have the sex ancestors take him in as a disciple. Ha ha ha, what a big joke. As for you, you can't jump around for more than a few days, no matter how genius of a person you are. My Lord Qing, if you have the ability, posture to senior apprentice brother Luo Hao. Yang Qing's expression instantly became very ugly. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, What's wrong, Yang Qing? Zheng Qian smiled and said, Trash, you don't know it yet, right? Yang Qing killed senior apprentice brother Luo Hao's biological younger brother. Now, the two of them have already arranged a life and death battle, which will be carried out the day after tomorrow. Senior apprentice brother Luo Hao is ranked 4th on the true sovereign list, a half-step emperor realm mighty expert. Do you think that he has hope of surviving? In the extreme medicine sect, grand completion true sovereign heavens were as plentiful as oxen fur, but half-step emperor realms were very, very few. Reaching half-step emperor cloud heaven meant that there was very high hope of stepping into emperor cloud heaven. Hence, the majority of those able to reach this step were geniuses, and Luo Hao was even above average among them. Yang Qing was practically already matchless in grand completion, true sovereign heaven. The vast majority of those ranked in front of him on the true sovereign list were half-step emperor realm. With Yang Qing's current cultivation realm strength, it was definitely impossible to beat them. Furthermore, Luo Hao was even a top powerhouse among half-step emperor realms. True sovereign list rank 4th, that was an existence that might step into emperor realm at any time. Yi Yuan looked at Yang Qing and said, You can't win. Yang Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. This posturing could not continue anymore. Geniuses had a limit too. It was impossible to jump realms and challenge limitlessly. How long can you last? Yi Yuan asked again. One move. Yang Qing was full of bitterness, as he said. He had challenged before half-step emperor realm powerhouses, but the gap was still too big. True sovereign list, half-step emperor realm was a watershed. Even if one was ranked 1 in grand completion true sovereign heavens, it was also impossible to be a match for a half-step emperor realm. Hence, the gap between Yongqing and Luohao was tremendous. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If let you break through to grand completion true sovereign heaven, would it be enough?" Yongqing's eyes lit up, and he said in pleasant surprise, "Of course it's enough. If I can reach grand completion true sovereign heaven, I can definitely pummel him until he has to search the ground for his teeth." The expression of Zheng Qian, who was next to them, changed too, but very soon he smiled again and said, "TSK, profound great expert, is indeed very domineering when talking. However, Trash, if I didn't guess wrongly, you don't seem to have contribution points yet after entering the sect, right? Even if you want to refine pills, how will you exchange for heavenly medicines without contribution points?" At this time, G. Lin appeared from G. Oh, D knows where, and said with a smile, "It's not just no contribution points. He even owes the scripture library 54,450 contribution points. Although Martial Uncle Zhuo gave notice, you've already exited seclusion now and should repay the contribution points. Yi Yuan, for a very long time after today, you'll probably be refining heavenly pills for the sect for free to repay the contribution points." Yi Yuan was stupefied. There was still such a thing. Yi Yuan really did not know about this. It was naturally impossible for the extreme medicine sect's disciples to make endless demands. A major sect of close to 100,000 people, the consumption every day was Astonies. Without contribution to the sect, one naturally could not get the resources that they deserved. Yongqing had run all over the place these few years too, risking his life to earn contribution points. That was why he improved rapidly. In reality, the scripture library did not allow credit charges. But Yi Yuan's seniority was too frightening. There was naturally no one who would say anything about him. According to Yi Yuan's ident, 1. Tai as Zui Chen's disciple. He had 300 starting contribution points when he entered the sect, and the scripture library's 6th level each day required 15 contribution points. Therefore, Yi Yuan could only last for 20 days. Later, he revealed his ident, 1. Tai to Fan Li and the rest, and they became even more afraid of mentioning about contribution points. To the outside, they just said that Zhuo gave notice. That was why they allowed Yi Yuan to overdraft on the contribution points. But after he exited seclusion, these contribution points all had to be repaid. Speaking about it was coincidental too. G. Lin was in charge of these matters in the scripture library. So these things that were on the surface, he knew about it. Hearing that Yi Yuan exited seclusion, he naturally had to come and collect the debt. Fan Li, these big shots, naturally would not care about these trivial matters. Of course, if Yi Yuan went to give notice, this would not be a problem. But his true ident, 1. Tai would probably be exposed. Zheng Qian was also stupefied when he heard it, immediately laughing, and said, 54,000 contribution points. Ha ha, Trash, you're really broke. Even if you refine pills for the sect without sleeping or resting, you'll also need more than 20 years before you can repay these contribution points. You can't even fend for yourself anymore. You still want to meddle in Yongqing's affairs? Trash is Traz. Plus, Yi Yuan's expression was strange as he said, "Is 50,000 contribution points a lot?" Yongqing nodded his head helplessly and said, "It's too much. In my 10 years, I spent 7 years doing the sex missions and only barely managed to get 17,000 over contribution points in total. More than 50,000. You're really prodigal." Earning contribution points was very hard. The reason why Zheng Qian said 20 years was because he knew that Yi Yuan could refine profound grade, heavenly pills. Otherwise, it might not even be repaid. After 50 years, Zheng Qian could not help laughing loudly when he heard that and said, Yang Qing, just wait to die. Moreover, this trash merely broke through to profound grade for 10 years. It's totally impossible for him to refine profound grade, heavenly imperial pills currently. Also, to refine profound grade, heavenly imperial pills, the price of each grade 5 heavenly medicine isn't lower than grade 6 heavenly medicines. Calculating it, it will at least be tens of thousands of contribution points too. Therefore, you can give up on this. The dawn that Yang Qing had just seen was completely shattered by Zheng Qian. What Zheng Qian said was completely right. The heavenly medicines that heavenly imperial pills needed were too valuable. If it was in the past, it was still all right. Now, Heaven One was waging war with the blood race. The remaining territory was only 2/3 of Heaven One continent. It was very hard for the SEC to enter the blood race's territory to harvest heavenly medicines. Hence, the price of these heavenly medicines would naturally be even more expensive. And Jilin also smiled and said, Yi Yuan, go and report to Gray Fate Peak now. Otherwise, I'm going to report to the law enforcement hall and have them come and take care of you. Yi Yuan crippled Lu Dowie. Now, seeing Yi Yuan's good friend be killed was also a delightful thing. Yang Qing heaved a sigh and said, Yi Yuan, I appreciate your good intentions. The trouble that I caused, I'll bear it myself. Yi Yuan said coolly, can't even last one move. What the I can you bear? Leave this to me. You don't have to worry anymore. Have a good sleep later. And reck that whatever Luo, how the day after tomorrow for me. With regards to Yang Qing, Yi Yuan could trust him. This guy looked unreliable, but he had a sense of propriety when doing things. Yang Qing definitely did not indiscriminately kill Luo, Hao's younger brother. There must be a reason for this. With his relations, HI plus P with Yang Qing, how could he possibly look on indifferently with folded arms? Even if he revealed his ident, he would save Yang Qing too. Of course, that way, his own safety would have no more guarantee. However, if he had to use seniority to pressure people with this minor thing, then he would also be too defeated. Chapter 2857 Exchange. Chapter 2857 Exchange. How much were 50,000 contribution points? Calculating in this manner, for true sovereign heaven disciples, when they went out on a very dangerous mission, once the contribution points were between 300 and 500 points. This kind of mission was basically 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. Being able to do it twice a year was already the limit. If it was an ordinary mission, it would be plussing the limit for there to be 100 or 80 points. And Saint Sovereign Heaven disciples, their difficulty in obtaining contribution points was clearly greater. Even if Yi Yuan was heaven-defying and more formidable than Yang Qing, he would need at least several decades before he could finish repaying too. Therefore, Yi Yuan's words simply sounded like a ridiculous joke to the others. Leave it to you? You repay your own contribution points before talking. Amen. You came just in time. Senior apprentice Brother Gua, Yi Yuan has already exited seclusion. He owes the sect more than 54,000 contribution points. It's time to pay it back. And Jilin said with a loud laugh. At this time, a figure walked out. It was a law enforcement hall's disciple, Guofeng. He came precisely on orders to capture Yi Yuan to repay his debts. Since you broke through to profound grade, fine then, come and refine pills. Guofeng and and Jilin were on good terms to begin with. Furthermore, Guofeng's master had received Qin Shan's kindness before. he would naturally stand on Lin's side. The contribution points owed to the sect naturally have to be repaid, but it was not to the extent of being captured to repay the debt as soon as one left seclusion. A large sect did not lack those few tens of thousands of contribution points either. Guofeng looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Junior apprentice brother, Yi, please come." Many people, there were all watching a show. Even the law enforcement hall had moved out. Could you still overturn the heavens with this? Obediently refined pills to repay the points. Who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm not going." The moment Lin heard, he immediately grinned. "What I wanted was for you to not go." Sure enough, Guofeng said coolly, "Whether to go or not isn't up to you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course it's up to me." Guofeng said, "In that case, junior apprentice brother Yi is forcing this Gua to take action. Don't think that with martial uncles will protecting you. You can look down on the law enforcement hall. If my law enforcement hall wants to capture someone, martial uncle Zwa can't stop it." Guofeng was a half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse too. His ranking was lower than Luo Hao, but he was ranked 9th too. Wouldn't dealing with a Yi Yuan still be a piece of cake? And the law enforcement hall had a transcendent status in the extreme medicine sect. Regardless of whether it was alchemy path powerhouses or martial path powerhouses, they all could not afford to provoke. Seeing this, Lin and Zheng Qian smiled even brighter. Yi Yuan shrugged and said indifferently, "Isn't it just 50,000 plus contribution points? Isn't it done if I repay it today? How big a matter is it to make you all look self-righteous? It's really scary." Lin laughed loudly and said, "Isn't it just 50,000 plus contribution points? Ha ha ha. Do you think that you're an Emperor Realm powerhouse? Even if it's an Emperor Realm powerhouse, it's also impossible to conjure 50,000 contribution points out within a day. Not scared of spraining your tongue from talking big too." Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him and looked at Guofeng and said, "I'm going to earn contribution points now. Do you want to follow or not?" Guofeng's brows furrowed slightly, and he nodded his head and said, "If you want to delay the time, that's up to you too. But it's only limited to today." Yi Yuan had just exited seclusion today. If he could repay it today, he would naturally have nothing to say. If he directly captured him, it would go against the rules instead. Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense either, turning around and leaving. The Merit Hall, the place where the extreme medicine sect issued missions and to exchange for contribution points. This method of contribution points was also the way in which the vast majority of sects maintained normal operations. No matter how large the sect was, it was not a bottomless hole either. Over time, resources would ultimately be consumed. Hence, each disciple had the duty of maintaining the operation of the sect, including the sect master. At this time, a large group of people flooded into the Merit Hall at once, immediately attracting countless gazes. Yi Yuan came before the mission desk and directly opened his mouth, saying, "I'm Emperor Zwa Chen's disciple. I want to see Martial Uncle Feiwen." Chun Feiwen, Merit Hall's top person in charge, and also Zwa Chen's senior apprentice brother. Yi Yuan naturally did not know him. It was Yang Qing who told him. That disciple was merely Saint Sovereign Heaven. Upon hearing that he was Zwa Chen's disciple, he naturally did not dare to be neglectful. Very soon, Chun Feiwen came out and sized Yi Yuan up and down. "You're Yi Yuan? I heard that your talent is extremely monstrous. It's a shame that you're a divergent cultivator. What are you finding me for?" Chun Feiwen asked. Yi Yuan said, "I'm here to exchange for contribution points." Chun Feiwen frowned and said, I remember that you seem to have just exited seclusion, right? Haven't even taken on missions yet? What are you using to redeem contribution points? Chun Feiwen naturally did not know ordinary Saint Sovereign Heavens, but Yi Yuan's reputation was too great. It was impossible for Chun Feiwen not to hear about him too. Ha ha, Martial Uncle Feiwen. Yi Yuan owes the scripture library 54,000 contribution points. He says that he can earn it in a day. We feel that he's formidable, so we followed to take a look. W.A.N. Ji Lin interjected at an appropriate time. Chun Feiwen was stupefied and could not help laughing as he said, "Brat, bragging isn't a good habit. Forget about you. Even if it's this seat, it's impossible to earn 50,000 contribution points in a day too." W.A.N. Ji Lin smiled and said, "Martial Uncle, Yi Yuan is a person who creates miracles. Maybe he really has the ability to earn 50,000 contribution points in a day." Chun Feiwen knew that he was not on good terms with Yi Yuan and also discerned the mockery in his words. He looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Oh, what are you using to earn 50,000 contribution points? Take them." Yi Yuan did not waste his breath either, flicking his sleeves grandly. A pile of jade slips instantly appeared on the ground, piling up as high as a small hill. These jade slips were precisely acquired by him in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. In the 50 years before he came to Heaven One Continent, he had been studying these things too. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to reach profound grade so quickly. The grade of these jade slips was not high. It was also about the same as those jade slips on the 5th and 6th levels of the scripture library. But the things recorded in these jade slips were absolutely extraordinary. When the Labyrinth Divine Palace was at the height of its power and splendor, how glorious was that! Their alchemy path strength was only stronger and not weaker compared to the current extreme medicine sect. Ordinary things. They simply held it in contempt. Those able to be housed in the treasure depository pavilion were all treasures among treasures. Originally, Yi Yuan planned on directly donating these to the extreme medicine sect. But now, it seemed like redeeming for contribution points was pretty good too. The appearance of these jade slips made the room full of people jump in fright. What was this playing at? When W.A.N. Ji Lin saw, he could not help laughing and said, "I was wondering what capability you have. It turns out that it's just a bunch of lousy jade slips. In this grand bright jade, complete heaven, what place could have more records than our extreme medicine sect?" Zheng Qian also smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother W.A.N.G. must be joking. He's planning on using numbers to score a victory. Think about it. Even if one jade slip is worth 50 contribution points, 1,000 jade slips will be worth 50,000 too. But could one jade slip be worth 50 contribution points? Impossible. The extreme medicine sect scripture library could be said to be filled to the roof with books. There were D knows how many jade slips of all levels. These jade slips were at the very most adding flowers to embroidery. That was all. It was not worth any money. Moreover, what good stuff could a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven have? Could his jade slips be more impressive than the records that those Hegemoan realms spent hundreds of thousands of years to collect? Chun Feiwen also smiled and said, "Martial Nephew Yi, if you want to use numbers of exchange for contribution points, I'm afraid that it won't pass. You got to know that the records in the scripture library, those were all screened through. Records that are second-rate can't enter the scripture library at all. Even if they enter, if it's not very valuable, it's at most giving you 3 to 5 contribution points too. Therefore, you'd best take these things back." Yi Yuan did not get angry either, but smiled and said, "Martial Uncle's words are a little too hasty. Why not pick one to take a look first? How about it? Chen Feiwen shook his head and said with a smile, "Fine. There's no harm in taking a look." And Jilin and the others had mocking looks on their faces too. "Just you hang on stubbornly." Hence, Chen Feiwen casually picked up a jade slip and sank his divine sense into it. Very soon, his expression changed drastically. This is actually the long-lost profound heart-entering dream chapter. Shock was written all over Chen Feiwen's face, and he looked toward Yi Yuan. This profound heart-entering dream chapter was definitely able to reach the level of entering the scripture library's 6th level. Furthermore, it was an excellent piece. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected it, and said with a smile, "Martial uncle, take another look." Chen Feiwen's hands trembled. His eyes, when looking at Yi Yuan again, became different. "You wouldn't be telling me that so many jade slips are all on the same level as the profound heart-entering dream chapter, right?" While being half dubious, he could not resist picking up another jade slip. His expression changed again. Chapter 2858 words, HELL bent, on shocking people to death. Chapter 2858 words, HELL bent on shocking people to death. Vintage. It was still a vintage. They were all vintages. Chen Feiwen looked at one after another. He was shocked until it could not be any greater. A small hill-like pile of vintage records. Then would there be any that's there to make up the numbers inside? Chen Feiwen grabbed one inside. This was even more incredible. He had never even heard of the name before. However, based on the records logged in this jade slip, he could tell that it was extremely precious at a glance. Seeing Chen Feiwen, who became increasingly more shocked, and Jilin and the others finally could not laugh anymore. "You wouldn't be freaking acting out a play with Yi Yuan, right? 1 or 2, I believe. 3 or 5, I believe too. But don't tell me that in this hill-like pill of jade slips, it was all filled with incredible records, right?" Suddenly, Chen Feiwen stopped his movements. Looking at Yi Yuan with a solemn face, he said, "Martial Uncle Yi, this matter is of utmost importance. It concerns the sect's prosperity and decline. I can't make a final decision anymore. I'll go and report it to the sect master right away and have him make the final call." Finished saying, he immediately flashed away, leaving behind the dumbfounded-looking crowd. This already rose to the level of the sect's prosperity and decline? Martial uncle, could you not exaggerate things to raise an alarm? Just a bunch of lousy jade slips. Was there a need? A moment later, Song Qingyang came. Family came. Several of the sect's big shots all came. It was a matter of the sect's prosperity and decline. They could not refrain from making their moves. With regards to Yi Yuan, Song Qingyang was already speechless. "My little ancestor, can't you keep a lower profile? How did things end up as some major matter that caused a great sensation in the entire sect?" Facing the look in Song Qingyang's eyes, Yi Yuan returned a helpless look. "I didn't want to either. But since someone forced me to take contribution points out, then I could only begrudgingly agree. These things should be enough for him to do whatever he pleases in the sect after redeeming for contribution points, right?" When Song Qingyang and the others arrived at the Merit Hall, they picked up those jade slips that piled up like a small hill. The more they looked, the more solemn their expressions were, and the more shocked their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan. Did this guy dig up all the alchemy Tao treasures across the heavens? Too impressive. Each of these jade slips was worth a fortune. They could not be measured in monetary terms at all. Of course, they were unable to be measured using contribution points too. With these alchemy records, one could even create another extreme medicine sect. Too impressive. Song Qingyang already could not find the words to describe Yi Yuan. It was as if only the word impressive could showcase Yi Yuan's prowess. Seeing the expressions of the group of big shots changing one after another, W, A, N, Jilin, they all finally broke down. Everyone present was curious about just how incredible these jade slips that Yi Yuan took out were, including W, A, N, Jilin, they all. They lost so unwillingly. Song Qingyang put down the jade slip in his hand, spat out a turbid breath heavily, and said to Yi Yuan, the value of these jade slips are simply incalculable. How about this? The sect won't reward you contribution points anymore either. From now on, whatew you need, ask the sect directly. All kinds of resources that you need to cultivate. The sect will supply it limitlessly. The moment these words came out, the whole place was shocked. Was it so amazing? This reward was too freaking amazing. What were contribution points? Those who entered the sect could not do without it. Within the sect, everything that you did revolve around contribution points. Regarding this point, the sect master, elders, even the extreme light pavilion and hegemon realms were all like that. Did the sect master need contribution points for whatever heavenly medicine he needed? Yes. If the sect master wanted something from the sect, then he would have to exchange for it by taking out the corresponding value. But Song Qingyang's words meant that from today onward, Yi Yuan no longer needed to worry about contribution points. He could take whatever he wanted. Too crazy. Yi Yuan was only grade 5 realm currently. After he stepped into Emperor realm, or even reached Emperor Sakura heaven in the future, and needed those grade 9 heavenly medicines, was it still taking whatever he pleased? Yes, it was because the use of these books was too great. Song Qingyang did not doubt in the slightest that these records were able to advance the extreme medicine sect's alchemy path strength by a significant deal. After today, all of the Emperor realm powerhouses in the sect would probably make a headlong rush to enter the scripture library and borrow these records. Their strength would advance by leaps and bounds for some time to come. Looking at things from a broader perspective, Yi Yuan taking these alchemy records out would let the strength of the Heaven One Alliance side rise tremendously. It would have enormous significance on the war as a whole. Therefore, the contribution points were already impossible to measure. An exemption from contribution points. This had probably never happened in the history of any major sect before. In the history of the extreme medicine sect, Yi Yuan was the only one. This little martial uncle was really amazing. How many earth-shattering major things had he already done as soon as he entered the sect? I agree. These records are too precious. Using it can practically make a fresh start elsewhere and create another extreme medicine sect. This reward isn't overboard. Family said with a nod, be greater than N/B, be greater than W/B. I have no objections either. Hurry up and arrange it. I'm going into close seclusion right away. With these things, I might be able to comprehend origin. Miao Chuan was too impatient to wait. I agree. I agree too. The few big shots present were virtually unanimous. Then the whole place erupted into an uproar. Crazy. Really insane. Did you hear it? Create another extreme medicine sect. This Yi Yuan is simply incredible. This guy really has tremendous fortune to actually be able to obtain so many treasures. W, A, N, Jilin, they all have set the explosives on fire. With this, they blew themselves up until nothing remained. The whole place was in an uproar, discussing animatedly. The scene before their eyes was seriously too shocking, especially Fan Li's comments. It practically drove the extreme medicine sect disciples present crazy. This guy was insane, right? The things that could establish a sect. You gave it to the sect just like that. People were all selfish. The value of these things was sufficient to move them, starting a sect and establish. Plussing a faction, standing proudly at the apex. Who did not want this sort of thing? Just as everyone was inexplicably shocked, Yi Yuan waved his hands nonchalantly and said, "No need. These jade slips, I planned on donating them to the sect in the first place. It's just that after entering the sect, I was anxious to break through to profound grade and forget to deal with them. Now it's great. Sect Master, I'll use them to exchange for 54,450 contribution points. In addition, just reward me with some grade 5 heavenly medicines will do." In the next second, the whole place became dead silent. Even Song Qingyang was stupefied on the spot too. Was this boy crazy? He was actually going to donate these treasures to the sect free of charge? These were all priceless treasures. You gave them away so casually? Although they were on the receiving side, Song Qingyang still felt that it was too rash and too improper. Prodigal. As for 54,450 contribution points, what the L did that count for? Why, you're not joking, right? The corners of Song Qingyang's mouth twitched slightly as he said. He had already been completely defeated by this little martial uncle. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "When I acknowledged Master Wei Chun as my master, I told him that I'll be giving these treasures on me to the sect. In return, I'll get to freely browse inside the scripture library. Now, since I've already entered the scripture library, everything naturally don't have to be mentioned anymore. However, I have a request. These jade slips that I donated are open to all sect disciples for free." Chapter 2859, Most Difficult in History. Chapter 2859, Most Difficult in History. This guy is crazy, right? That's limitless contribution points. With limitless resources, cultivation speed will advance by leaps and bounds, and he can use countless grand mist treasures to arm himself. He actually doesn't want it. Donating so many records, it's just for him to repay the scripture library's contribution points. What a waste. However, and Lin and the others, their faces are also slapped resoundingly. You could say that again. And Lin wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into right now. Didn't you say that 50,000 contribution points were very hard to get? I could earn 500,000, 5 million, 50 million, but I don't want to. I just want 50,000 contribution points. How is it? Does your face hurt? Song Qingyang was speechless. This little martial uncle was too good at posturing. However, he still shook his head and said, "No way, that way, the sect will owe you too much. This kind of treasure is a stonies. I+ing. If it was an ordinary disciple, and the sect profited at his expense, then fine. But who is Yi Yuan? Little martial uncle. Even if you gave me, I would not dare to take it too." Yi Yuan naturally knew what he was thinking about, and said with a smile, "If sect master feels that you owe me too much, then I have a suggestion. I wonder if sect master is willing to listen to it." Song Qingyang nodded and said, "Say it." Yi Yuan said, "Now that a great enemy stands before us, if we're still fettered by old conventions, it's no different from committing suicide. Since our extreme medicine sect is an alchemy overlord, then we should shoulder the responsibility of an alchemy overlord. I feel that some of the sect's resources can be opened up to the entire Heaven One, such as the scripture library, such as some training grounds." The moment these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. This was a big move. What a sect relied on to establish itself across the heavens were these resources. Therefore, no matter which sect it was, they would be very stringent with these resources. Yi Yuan could easily enter the scripture library. That was because his status was high enough for ordinary disciples. Even if it was staying in the scripture library for a day, they would have to budget it stringently, let alone people outside of the extreme medicine sect. Now, Yi Yuan was actually going to share these resources in the scripture library with Heaven One Continent. This was simply insane. Many disciples looked at Yi Yuan like looking at an idiot. Who did you think you were? When was it your turn to come and meddle in this sort of thing? Suddenly, a figure appeared, pointing at Yi Yuan's nose as he scolded, "Impudent! Yi Yuan, who the H-E-L-I do you think you are? How the sect operates? How can it be what you can speak recklessly about? These resources are all where our extreme medicine sect's foundation lies. Opening it up to the entire heaven, one is severing the sect's foundation. You have malicious motives." This person was none other than precisely Qin Shan. This mighty emperor, vast heaven expert, went onto the playing field personally. However, Yi Yuan did not know him. He just said with a strange expression, "Did you turn dumb from cultivation? If I want to sever the sect's foundation, would I still take these things out?" Qin Shan's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, "Conceited brat! You have no respect for your elders and engage in wild talks here. You should be punished for your crimes." At this time, an Emperor Sakra Heaven sect elder suddenly spoke up. "Sect master, this boy is too haughty, treating his elders with contempt. He should be killed." He was called Jiang Yuandao, a backbone figure of the conservative faction. Yi Yuan's words displeased him greatly too. Not just him, Yi Yuan's words immediately attracted the strong opposition of the conservative faction. Immediately, the spearheads of all the Emperor realm powerhouses pointed at Yi Yuan. At present, the majority of the Emperor realm powerhouses remaining in the sect belonged to the conservative faction. Therefore, their voices of condemnation toward Yi Yuan grew higher than the previous wave. It was virtually one-sided. Out of their mouths, Yi Yuan became a criminal who committed the most heinous crimes, and they would not be content with anything less than killing him. Everyone felt that Yi Yuan was finished, incurring public wrath. Zhuochun could not protect you too. Although Song Qingyang and the group of upper echelons had calm faces, there were indescribable peculiarness in their hearts. Disrespecting elders? Your father doesn't even dare to be so unbridled in front of little martial uncle. You guys are really awesome. However, Yi Yuan's words, indeed, had too great an implication. They had no choice but to be cautious. It was just that with Yi Yuan's ident. One, Tai, since he said this kind of words, was that the will of the ancestors, all shut up for me. Song Qingyang yelled coldly. The world became quiet, he said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan, the implications of this matter are too great. This sect master can't make the decision, but I'll report your idea to the Extreme Light Pavilion and let the pavilion elders make a final decision. Yi Yuan said with clasped hands, "Then I'll have to trouble sect master." Everyone burst into an uproar again. Were the heavens changing? The suggestion given by a Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually going to be reported to the Extreme Light Pavilion? Too crazy. It was as if countless face-slapping sounds had sounded out in the air, while Jiang Yuandao, Qin Shan, and the rest were staring with their mouths agape. Sect master and the group of big shots would actually care about a junior's view? Even if you donated these treasures, you could not use it to put pressure on the sect too, right? But very soon, everyone felt relieved. After all, having donated these treasures, Sect Master was letting Yi Yuan's face look a little better for the time being. Reporting to Extreme Light Pavilion, it did not exist. Yi Yuan, such a good opportunity just now. It would have been great for you to exchange for an Imperial Extreme pill too. In order to posture, you're not even caring about your brother anymore. Yang Qing said, weakly. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said coolly, Imperial Extreme Pill, for what? The Sex Heavenly Pills are also nothing more than this. I'll refine a better one for you and let you posture and slap faces, all right? Yang Qing's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Is this for real? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Of course it's real. Zheng Qian sneered and said, Ho, what high-sounding sentiments. Who do you think you are to actually look down on the Sex Heavenly Pills? Don't forget, you're only grade 5 realm. So what of profound grade? Can you refine profound grade Heavenly Imperial Pills? What a joke. W.A.N. Jilin similarly said disdainfully, Hoo-hoo, in the entire extreme medicine sect. There's only you, one heavenly alchemist. Profound grade expert. How formidable. Yi Yuan gave W.A.N. Jilin a glance and suddenly said with a smile, Senior apprentice brother W.A.N.G. Doesn't your face hurt? W.A.N. Jilin was taken aback, his face really turning somewhat hot. He was seriously too oppressed, targeting Yi Yuan time and again. In the end, this guy slapped his face each time. How shameful. You guys can naturally mock me. However, you have to be prepared to be slapped by me. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. These words were domineering. Entering the sect for 10 years, how many earth-shattering major things had Yi Yuan done? Starting from the first day, Yi Yuan had already caused a great sensation. Then, each time was more impressive than the last, and each time more sensational than the last. Until now, it was as if the entire extreme medicine sect was revolving around Yi Yuan. What right did a divergent cultivator trash have? What heavenly medicines did he take? Qin Shan asked with a solemn face. Crane Needle Profound T, 5-Directional Divine Rain. W.A.N. Jilin reported a series of heavenly medicine names, his gaze full of mockery. Qin Shan could not help being stupefied when he heard it and said, Infinite Comprehensive Pill. W.A.N. Jilin smiled and said, Exactly so. This boy really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just broke through to profound grade for 10 years, and he dares to refine the Infinite Comprehensive Pill, which is known as the most difficult in history. Ha ha ha. That Yang Qing is probably going to be scammed to death by him. Qin Shan also could not help laughing as he said, This boy, really? Infinite Comprehensive Pill. Even if I take action, being able to refine true grade is already pus. I plussing it to the point of bursting. Where does he get the courage to dare refine this? Chapter 2860, I feel somewhat bloated. Chapter 2860, I feel somewhat bloated. Below the life and death stage, there were streams of people. Originally, this battle was just between Luo Hao and Yang Qing, 2 people. It would not have attracted too much attention, but because of Yi Yuan, the influence of this battle became huge. Even Yang Qing himself admitted that he could not last a single exchange with Luo Hao. Then could Yi Yuan defy the heavens? Incredible. It seems like in the sect, there's no one who can refine the Infinite Comprehensive Pill at all. Is that Yi Yuan going to defy the heavens? What a joke. He's the youngest profound grade powerhouse in history. How can a mere Infinite Comprehensive Pill stump him? This brat really talks big. A series of mocking voices came from below the stage. The corners of Luo Hao's mouth could not help curling slightly when he heard these discussion voices. Why was the Infinite Comprehensive Pill called the hardest in history? It was because it was an extremely rare all-attributes heavenly pill. What was called an all-attributes heavenly pill? After consuming it, one's strength would skyrocket in all aspects: divine essence, great Tao rule, the power of rules, origin divinity, physical body, so on and so forth. These aspects would all have an all-round improvement. This kind of heavenly pill sounded fantastical, even somewhat frightening. Of course, because it had such a heaven-defying medicinal effect, its refining difficulty was also the hardest among same-rank heavenly pills. The difficulty was H-E-L-L level. How difficult was it? A grade 8 heavenly alchemist like Qin Shan could not refine a profound grade infinite comprehensive pill too. He could refine true grade, but the medicine effect of true grade was basically only a little better than nothing to true sovereign heavens. The difficulty was high, but the medicinal effect was ordinary. Only by reaching profound grade could it truly have a heaven grade effect. Hence, in the extreme medicine sect, there wasn't such a heavenly pill at all. It was not that body could refine it, but exalted hegemon realms would not run over to refine a grade 5 heavenly imperial pill for you, right? Furthermore, the heavenly medicines that the infinite comprehensive pill needed were extremely precious too. They were even more valuable than some grade 6 heavenly medicines. This was because they were too rare. It was also that this was a super sect, like the extreme medicine sect. For ordinary sects, they would not be able to even collect the heavenly medicines. Therefore, when they knew that Yi Yuan was going to refine the infinite comprehensive pill, the entire sect scoffed with derision. 2 days ago, Yi Yuan slapped the faces of everyone in the sect. Today, everyone came to watch Yi Yuan become a joke. Below the stage, Yang Qing appeared somewhat anxious. The life and death battle was about to begin right away, but Yi Yuan still had not come. What are you looking at? Yang Qing. You wouldn't really think that Yi Yuan can bring the infinite comprehensive pill and come help you change your fate, right? Luo Hao arrived before Yang Qing and said with a snicker. Yang Qing said with a cold snort, "Mind your own business." Luo Hao's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yang Qing, just you show off. After getting on the life and death stage, you'll know what's called despair. You killed my younger brother. I'm going to sentence you to eternal damnation." Yang Qing's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "Your younger brother colluded with the blood race and butchered his own species, committing countless crimes and misdeeds. Landing in my hands, I couldn't let him live. Even if we do this again, your father will still kill him without fail." When he was carrying out missions, he accidentally discovered that Luo Hao's younger brother was cultivating with human blood, his methods being extremely cruel. The ordinary martial artists who died at his hands were beyond count. Yang Qing was normally casual, but with regards to this sort of thing, he really would not be careless. Hence, he killed Luo Hao's younger brother. Who knew that this person was actually Luo Hao's younger brother? Before his younger brother died, he sent Yang Qing's information to Luo Hao. In the end, the two people sowed a reconcilable enmity. Before Luo Hao's younger brother died, he did things cleanly. Yang Qing did not bring back any evidence. Mion with regards to Yang Qing killing someone from the same sect, as long as it was outside the extreme medicine sect, there wasn't this restriction. This way, the two people each stuck to their own versions and could only use a life and death battle to resolve it. When Luo Hao challenged him, Yang Qing was not a cowardly person either, directly accepting it, although he clearly knew that he was not a match. Luo Hao gave Yang Qing a glance and said coolly, "Keep framing charges. Very soon, you won't be able to talk anymore." Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of showing up. Luo Hao leaped onto the life and death stage and shouted, "Yang Qing, the hour has come. Why haven't you come up in haste to prepare to die?" Yang Qing's mouth curled, and he said, "There's still 15 minutes. What are you anxious about?" "Haha, Yang Qing, stop struggling. Yi Yuan boasted too much. He absolutely won't dare to come." Zhang Qian said with a loud laugh. In reality, that was what everyone thought. The hardest in history was not said for fun. To profound grade powerhouses, this was L level difficulty 2. Yang Qing, give up hope. If Yi Yuan dares to come, your father will pluck my head off for you to kick like a ball. Ji Lin also said with a cold smile. Yang Qing gave him a glance and said coolly, Grandpa Qing has remembered what you said. While he said so, Yang Qing's heart was also a little nervous. Time was almost up. Yi Yuan did not even show a hint of a shadow. Son of A-B-I-T-C-H, hurry up and come. If you don't come, your father is going to die. Yang Qing cursed wildly in his heart. Luo Hao smiled coldly and said, delaying the time can't change the final outcome. Forget it, that he doesn't dare to come. Even if he really refines the infinite comprehensive pill, you'll definitely die today beyond doubt too. As he said, he arrived in front of the judge and said with clasped hands, Martial uncle, the time has come. That emperor, realm powerhouse, nodded slightly and said to Yang Qing, the time is up. Yang Qing, take the stage. Yang Qing's face turned black. This punk really stood him up. Me. However, he also knew that he could not drag the time anymore. Helpless, he could only leap onto the stage. Catch! Just as he was dangling in the air, a streak of flowing light flashed and flew straight over. Yang Qing was overjoyed, swiping a vial with a grab and landing on the stage. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Qing immediately opened up the vial and downed it in one gulp. Everyone did not have time to determine whether or not that was the infinite comprehensive pill. And only at this time did Yi Yuan's figure slowly appear. The whole audience was in an uproar. This guy really came? That thing just now was the infinite comprehensive pill. This guy would not have randomly gotten some heavenly pill to posture, right? Luo Hao's expression changed, and he said to the judge, the time is up. Martial uncle, please announce the immediate commencement. The judge nodded and said, getting on the life and death stage. Life and death are your own responsibility. Begin. Luo Hao did not feel that Yi Yuan could really refine a profound grade infinite comprehensive pill, but he would not give Yang Qing the chance to refine the heavenly pill. This was the life and death stage. It was no laughing matter. Whether or not it was, it would not be too late to verify after Yang Qing died. Ha! Luo Hao slashed a saber over, immediately stirring up the wind and clouds. 3 power of rules were immediately performed by him to the extreme. He was a genius. The moment this saber came out, forget about Yang Qing. Even his senior and junior brothers, who were similarly half-step emperor realm, absolutely could not block it too. One saber, and they would be met with a violent death. But when he saw that playful look in Yang Qing's eyes, his expression could not help changing wildly. Over here, Yang Qing's entire body instantly ruptured when the medicinal pill entered his abdomen. He only felt as if his soul was about to ascend. That liberating feeling made him unable to hold back a groan. Too wonderful. In virtually an instant, he felt as if his strength was like a rising tide. It was rising sharply and crazily. I feel somewhat bloated. Chapter 28:61. Who asked you to posture? Chapter 28:61. Who asked you to posture? Yang Qing was really bloated. He felt like he was a balloon being inflated with air at a very rapid rate. This heavenly pill was too amazing. Boom. At the place where Yang Qing was standing, SPAC exploded. Stones flew everywhere. Under Luo Hao's saber, there was no chance to get lucky at all. Dead. Definitely dead. No matter how amazing the heavenly pill is, it's also impossible to skyrocket instantly. There has to be a process to digest the medicinal strength. Says true. Yi Yuan must have come at this time deliberately. Either way, Yang Qing will be dead too. We also can investigate what kind of heavenly pill he consumed. Indeed, a divine scam to be able to scam his teammate like this. How swift and fierce was Luo Hao's saber. This saber of his was simply a miracle in the eyes of others. Hence, Yang Qing had to die, but there were still many Emperor realm powerhouses present. However, their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. Break, break, break. On the life and death stage, an angry roar suddenly came over. Yang Qing's figure appeared again. His entire body dyed in blood. Clearly, Luo Hao's move earlier had already inflicted heavy wounds on him. However, he ultimately still relied on the infinite comprehensive pill and evaded it. Although seriously wounded, his aura was rising crazily, and his realm actually directly broke through to upper true sovereign heaven. Furthermore, this realm was still increasing rapidly. His strength was skyrocketing, rising sharply in all aspects. Physical body, divine essence, power of rules, so on and so forth. Everyone was stunned. Yang Qing actually evaded it. He was clearly not an opponent who could last one exchange with Luo Hao. How could he avoid this blade? The infinite comprehensive pill was so amazing. Yes, it was even more incredible than they imagined. Because when Yi Yuan was refining the pill, some mutation even happened. His power of blessing activated. The medicinal effect of this infinite comprehensive pill was 10 times that of ordinary profound, grade, heavenly pills. The powerful medicinal strength directly poured into Yang Qing's body, seemingly opening up the water gates of his realm, rising crazily. Furthermore, Yang Qing was in a very mysterious state currently. Originally, he could not keep up with Luo Hao, but now Luo Hao's every movement and action was within his grasp. The reason why he was seriously wounded was that his bodily functions could not keep up with Luo Hao, but he still barely managed to avoid it. Humph! So what if you took the infinite comprehensive pill? I won't give you the chance to refine the medicinal effect. Luo Hao gave a cold snort, the saber momentum rising again. Hence, he unleashed his blade, frenziedly. Each saber slash was stronger than the last. On the life and death stage, it was saber images everywhere, bedazzling people's eyes. But Luo Hao was panicking. Saber had saber momentum. A powerhouse like Luo Hao naturally knew how to utilize saber momentum even more. With each saber slash after another, his imposing momentum would rise to a very terrifying realm. Even the ranked one Chao Jian would not dare to let him ACCU mutilate saber momentum at his discretion too. But his saber actually got further and further away from Yang Qing. Luo Hao is impressive. This grandson is definitely going to die, without a burial ground. Well deserving of being the number one saber in true sovereign. Luo Hao, finish him off. Ha ha ha. What rubbish infinite comprehensive pill. Too weak. Too weak. Those true sovereign heavens and Saint Sovereign Heavens did not know the inner reason. Seeing Luo Hao's saber momentum get stronger and stronger, they cheered him on frenziedly. However, the face-slapping came so quickly. Boom! Amidst the saber images, a streak of black light suddenly appeared. The saber images that filled the sky dissipated with a loud bang. Luo Hao's body directly collided with the protection screen like a kite with a broken string. Yang Qing stood holding his spear, his imposing momentum surging to the sky, being incredibly domineering. Although he sustained rather severe injuries, it was like he had been reborn anew at this time. That sovereign azure sky, who considered himself without equal in the world, had returned again. Yang Qing pointed at Luo Hao with his long spear and said indifferently, "What rubbish number one saber in true sovereign, weak to the max. From today onwards, Your father is the #1 spear in True Sovereign. No, wait, it's #1 in True Sovereign. If you're not convinced, feel free to come and challenge. Your father will receive it all. Just the likes of you, trash, also dare to posture in front of this sovereign. It serves you right to get slapped. Ha ha, Chao Jian, after I kill Luo Hao, do you dare to fight or not? The current Yang Qing was inflated to the extreme. He felt that he was already invincible under the heavens. This infinite comprehensive pill was too amazing, too amazing. Ever since stepping onto Heaven One continent, he no longer had that feeling of looking down upon the world in the past. But now, he finally regained this feeling. The king was undefeated. His strength had soared several hundred times over. Furthermore, it was an all-around improvement. His cultivation realm, he already reached grand completion, true sovereign heaven. His physical body, it similarly reached grand completion, true sovereign heaven. His origin divinity, it was also grand completion, true sovereign heaven. Even in terms of power of rules, he achieved mastery, with Spear Dao and Power of Rules reaching peak rank 6 at the same time. The crux was that the soaring in strength did not let him feel fleeting and ephemeral, but it was incomparably solid instead. He had never seen before such an amazing heavenly pill. Yang Qing knew that the heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined might be very impressive. But he did not think that the heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined would actually be so awesome. Below the life and death stage, Chao Dian's face became black as the bottom of a pot. Got to admit, Yang Qing was seriously too capable of drawing aggro. This guy was currently boundlessly inflated. The most important thing was that his strength was sufficient to support his inflation. That spear just now, Chao Jian saw it clearly. He could not receive it. What S-H-I plus TTY luck. Okay, I'll have a battle with you. Chao Jian was an extremely proud person too. How could he accept it to be provoked like this? Even if he clearly knew that he was not a match, he had to fight too. The strong would never fear challenges. Ha ha ha, Chao Jian, you have guts. But from this day forth, you'll have to live under the shadow of this sovereign. Amidst the loud laughter, Yang Qing sent out his long spear. Boom! Luo Hao dead. The whole place was dead silent. There was only Yang Qing's arrogant laughter. Did it end just like that? This was also too fake, right? Luo Hao was true sovereign heaven rank 4th. He actually did not even have the strength to fight back under Yang Qing's hands. Previously, they were all mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability to actually attempt to refine the most difficult pill in history, the infinite comprehensive pill. Now, not only did Yi Yuan refine it, but he also used an extremely terrifying way to let Yang Qing rise up crazily. This face was really slapped resoundingly. Was Yang Qing himself also admitted that he could not last a single exchange with Luo Hao. But after consuming Yi Yuan's heavenly pill, he directly one-shot Luo Hao. This kind of contrast really drove people nuts. How could you be so amazing? O and W, A, N, Ji Lin, Zhang Qian, Guofeng, Qin Shan, and the rest had all turned their noses up at Yi Yuan previously, mocking him to the best of their ability. But now, those words seemed to have turned into slaps, slapping onto their faces crazily. Chao Jian, come up. Watch your grandpa Qing wreck you. Yang Qing said complacently. He was already inflated to the extreme. The former king was already being completely taken lightly by him. Hearing this, everyone really wanted to go up and slap his face. But they could not do it. Chao Jian, you definitely can't lose. Chao Jian went up the life and death stage with a black face. Yang Qing said to the judge, Old man, borrow the life and death stage to use. Today, I'm going to reign over true sovereign heaven. Bang! The judge directly smacked Yang Qing into the dirt with a slap. Everyone felt incredibly satisfied. Who asked you to posture? Chapter 2862, expounding the pros and cons. Chapter 2862, expounding the pros and cons. You're full of yourself. The judge looked at the Yang Qing in the dust and said nonchalantly, it served him right. This was what everyone present was thinking. Yang Qing got to his feet, looking at the judge with an unfriendly expression as he said, "Humph, humph. Old man, change is the only constant thing. The wheel of fortune turns. After my cultivation realm catches up to you, I'll definitely smack you into the ground." Smack him. Smack him to death. Everyone was shouting in their hearts. However, the judge actually gave him a profound glance and said with a nod, "Boy, you're pretty good. I'll lend you this field." Yang Qing snorted again and said, "Don't think that lending the field can resolve the grudge. I'm very vengeful." The judge laughed loudly and said, "All right, then I'll wait for you." Yang Qing was not long-winded either, leaping onto the stage. Chao Jian also followed closely behind. The moment the two people made their moves, they were their strongest attacks. But this time, they saw Yang Qing's spear clearly. A domineering spear. Boom. It was only to hear a loud noise. Chao Jian shot out backward, but Yang Qing did not budge an inch. With one strike, the level was immediately established. Everyone was incredibly shocked. This was also 2B, LOOD, why freakish, right? I lost. Chao Jian threw down a sentence, turned around, and left. The entire audience was in shock. With one heavenly pill, Yang Qing soared to the sky with one bound and became #1 in true sovereign heaven? Unbelievable. What the H-E-L-L kind of heavenly pill was this? Could you give me one? You trash, you mocked your grandpa Qing daily for the past few days. Now, does this slap feel good? Ha ha ha. Yang Qing put away his long spear and laughed rampantly. Those people who had mocked him before wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. How could they have expected this kind of heaven-defying rise? Yang Qing, what are you being C? OCKY4. If not for Yi Yuan, what the H-E-L-L are you? Zheng Qian said with refusal to accept it as final. Yeah, the impressive one is Yi Yuan. What does it have to do with you? You've performed all of his posturings. Do you really think that you're very impressive? Everyone seemed to have found a relief outlet. Reb. Ting Yang Qing frenziedly. Yang Qing did not care in the slightest and showed off. He said, "Your father can beat you all down by having such an awesome brother. If you're not convinced, bring it on." Everyone was speechless. You make a lot of sense. I actually have nothing to say in reply. Why did we not have a brother like Yi Yuan? Hence, the news of Yi Yuan defying the heavens with one pill swept throughout the entire extreme medicine sect once more. The entire sect was incredibly shocked. Although the one who swept across true sovereign heaven was Yang Qing, everyone's discussion was more focused on Yi Yuan. It was because the one who created this miracle was Yi Yuan. Even those Emperor Realm powerhouses and high-level heavenly alchemists were all shocked too. Such a heaven-defying, heavenly pill. How did Yi Yuan refine it? Even if it was an all-attributes heavenly pill, it would not be to an extent of being so heaven-defying too, right? Just what kind of additional material did Yi Yuan add? These people suddenly discovered that after Yi Yuan entered the sect, it seemed like all of the limelight had been S and ATC had away by him alone. The infinite comprehensive pill was hailed as the hardest in history. Yi Yuan was just grade 5 realm, and he actually refined it. Not only did he refine it, but the medicinal effect was also mind-bogglingly amazing. Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan's alchemy strength already surpa S, said many grade 8 heavenly alchemists? This was a freaking joke, right? Didn't you just enter profound grade for 10 years? What right do you have to be so impressive? Of course, this kind of small scene had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. He had already entered the Extreme Light Pavilion as Hegemon Cloudmount's little disciple. The sect had no choice but to take his words seriously. Moreover, he just gave the sect such great kindness. Little junior brother, this matter affects the situation as a whole. The implications are too big. Clear Cloud said with a solemn expression. A pavilion elder said, I disagree as well. If people learn our things and run out to establish a sect, then our extreme medicine sect will have many opponents out of the blue. Little Martial Uncle, your seniority is high, but some ideas are still too naive. In the Extreme Light Pavilion, virtually all the pavilion elders were opposed to Yi Yuan's proposition. This kind of idea was too fanciful and fallacious, creating many opponents out of the blue for themselves. This was a way of digging their own grave. This notion was already deeply entrenched in the hearts of people. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, Pray tell everyone, since the Heaven One Alliance was established, how many powerhouses has our Heaven One continent given birth to? Which powerhouses did our extreme medicine sect give birth to? Clear Cloud's brows furrowed, and he shook his head and said, Our extreme medicine sect didn't give birth to any true powerhouses. There have even been hundreds of Emperor Realm powerhouses who have already fallen because of the war. As for the other sects, there are mostly the same. In fact, they are even worse off than us. That's it, Yi Yuan said calmly. After the Heaven One Alliance was established, it seemed like everyone was united. But until now, you're still only clearing away the snow in front of your own doors. Not only did our strength not get stronger, but we're also being weakened by the blood race nonstop instead. In contrast, the blood race grew stronger the more they fought, and their powerhouses got more and more. I don't know how long more the absolute heaven barrier can still resist, but if things continue like this, we probably won't be able to resist anymore. The Extreme Light Pavilion's pavilion elders had all gone to the front lines before and fought with the blood race. Over these few thousand years, quite a number of the Extreme Light Pavilion's pavilion elders had actually fallen too. These were all origin powerhouses, with hopes of stepping into Hegemon Realm in the future. As for the other sects, that went even more without saying. Many people in the sect have never been to the front lines before. They probably don't know the cruelty and dangers there at all, and they also don't have much sense of danger. In fact, they even think that our Hegemon realms are very strong, and they can keep the blood race's powerhouses outside of the absolute heaven barrier. But in reality, I saw strong worry on Master Cloudmount and Senior Apprentice Brother Pinespring's faces. Even existences of their level completely don't have the confidence to, right? At this current situation, the various major sects are still thinking of preserving strength, pending to stage a comeback. It's just that do they have this chance? I don't believe that those Hegemon realms can't see this, but I feel that Divine Lord is probably lacking an opportunity. Since Body is willing to take the lead, then why don't our extreme medicine sect break this stalemate? Furthermore, I don't feel that opening up resources will cause huge losses to the sect. On the contrary, I feel that it can make us become stronger instead. The extreme medicine sect is an alchemy path Leviathan, but the other sects similarly have their own foundations. If we open up resources, it can let those small sects undergo a mutual exchange of resources. Our disciples are elites among elites. Could it be that they would lose to them? Yi Yuan said a whole bunch at great length, expounding on the pros and cons. Yi Yuan had already prepared these words for a long time, making those pavilion lords' days from listening. Should these things be what you, a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven, consider? Hearing you speak, you directly substitute I toot yourself as Divine Lord, His Excellency. However, each and every one of these pavilion elders was incredibly shocked in their hearts. Yi Yuan's development was too big. When they were still conflicted about the sect's interests, Yi Yuan had long already jumped out of the sect and placed his horizons across the entire Heaven One continent, even the entire Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. In reality, when Yi Yuan was at Northern View City, he had already understood from Zwu Chen in death about the present situation. These plans, he had long already worked them out. Talking about it at this time, it was enlightening the benighted. Proposing something like this from the perspective of Divine Lord, that was incredibly difficult. It was because he had to balance the various great hegemons and could not let anyone suffer a loss in benefits. Otherwise, this alliance would be done for. But breaking this bottleneck from the extreme medicine sect could not be better. Once the extreme medicine sect did it, the situation would be broken. Divine Lord would be able to push the boat along the current and carry out a transformation on the entire Heaven One alliance, achieving a fusion. Only this kind of fusion could let Heaven One become stronger. Otherwise, they could only be encroached upon by the blood race step by step, and then all of them would fall into the enemy's hands in the end. Chapter 2863, Breaking the Stalemate. Chapter 2863, Breaking the Stalemate. With Yi Yuan defying the heavens with one pill, Yang Qing swept across true sovereign. This matter set off huge waves in the extreme medicine sect from top to bottom. But before the aftermath of this matter had said, a piece of news that was even more of a bolt out of the blue descended. This time, the ones who were shocked was not just the extreme medicine sect, but it was the entire Heaven One alliance. The extreme medicine sect had opened up cultivation resources to the entire Heaven One alliance. This news was too explosive. Of course, the one who got slapped the hardest were still the extreme medicine sect's disciples. Previously, they were all mocking Yi Yuan, thinking that it was impossible for this matter to be realized. Forget about the Extreme Light Pavilion agreeing to it. Sect Master was just Brus. Plussing him off, and would not bring this matter up to the Extreme Light Pavilion at all. Who knew that it was really brought up? However, they did not know that if Yi Yuan wanted to report it to the Extreme Light Pavilion, he did not need Song Qingyang at all. Bringing it up was not strange. What was scary was that the Extreme Light Pavilion actually really agreed. It's crazy, right? This is something that shakes the sect's foundation. The pavilion elders actually agreed. Where are the hegemon ancestors? Yi Yuan messing around like this. They're not going to control him too? Motherf Astersker got slapped in the face again. With regards to the extreme medicine sect's decision, everyone could not figure it out after racking their brains. What right did a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven have to have his suggestion be adopted after bringing it up? Furthermore, it was even such a major thing. The moment the news came out, the world was shocked. To itinerant cultivators and those small sects, this was absolutely a piece of huge good news. However, it was naturally impossible for this kind of release to be without additional conditions. For itinerant cultivators, those who used the extreme medicine sect's resources would be viewed as automatically joining the Heaven One Alliance and be subjected to the Heaven One Alliance's unified allocation of resources. Small sects must open their resources to the extreme medicine sect too. Furthermore, as long as they utilized the extreme medicine sect's resources, they would have to go and serve at the absolute heaven barrier for 3 years. All sects were members of the Heaven One Alliance, but Heaven One Continent still had countless itinerant cultivators. These itinerant cultivators were a force that could not be overlooked. Among these people, there were brave ones who were killed at the absolute heaven barrier all year round. But there was still a very large part that was huddling up in the rear. This decision of the extreme medicine sect would immediately summon a large portion of itinerant cultivators. It would not do if they did not come. What did itinerant cultivators lack? Resources. Among itinerant cultivators, there were actually many geniuses. They suffered from a lack of cultivation resources, their cultivation realms having difficulty breaking through all along. If their cultivation realm did not break through, they would have to face endless Tao tribulations. Come one day, they would die. With the extreme medicine sect opening up resources, they would have hopes of breaking through their realms. In terms of cultivation resources, the extreme medicine sect was absolutely positioned right at the top. They were virtually number one across the entire Heaven One continent. Even the other two great hegemon level sects could not compare to the extreme medicine sect too. Therefore, the extreme medicine sect's cultivation resources had a fatal allure. This kind of good thing, no one would refuse it. Hence, countless powerhouses were gathering over at the extreme medicine sect. Furthermore, this way of doing things brought huge prestige to the extreme medicine sect. The extreme medicine sect is well deserving of being an alchemy overlord. This great courage makes people admire them. The extreme medicine sect is too responsible. After my strength breaks through, I must go to absolute heaven barrier and showcase my abilities. Putting aside sectarian views and breaking hundreds of millions of years old established practices, the extreme medicine sect really has great breadth of spirit. Among these people, they were naturally people who had great experience and knowledge too. The extreme medicine sect, having such an open attitude, made them feel ashamed of their unworthiness. They secretly swore to definitely head to the absolute heaven barrier. Every day, there were countless powerhouses gathering in front of the mountain pot S gates. SES, there was one more thing that made the entire extreme medicine sect hate Yi Yuan to the core. From now on, all of the extreme medicine sect's disciples would take turns going to the absolute heaven barrier. No matter whether you were of the conservative faction or not, you would have to be forced to the front lines in the future. Huazong was stunned when he got this news. He discovered that the boasts that Yi Yuan made were really realized one by one. This little junior brother was truly remarkable. Why was he, a measly little saint sovereign heaven, impressive to this extent? Did the conservative faction remain silent about this? No. The moment the news came out, the conservative faction immediately carried out a large-scale reverse play. They practically swarmed out in full force, joining forces to exert pressure on the sect. The conservative faction's forces practically occupied more than half of the extreme medicine sect. Once they joined hands, the power could be imagined. However, right at this time, a dharmic decree descended from the sky, shocking the entire extreme medicine sect. At this moment, that dharmic decree could be seen by the whole sect. The extreme medicine sect's four great hegemon realms joined hands to send down the dharmic decree, stating that the extreme light pavilion's decision was the will of the hegemon realms. With this, the extreme medicine sect boiled over. The four great hegemons were aloof from worldly affairs and had never expressed their attitudes with regard to this matter before. This time, they actually joined hands to send down the dharmic decree. No one could resist the will of the hegemon realms. Hence, they determined the world with one move, and the conservative faction's voice was directly suppressed by this dharmic decree. Ha ha ha! That boy indeed suits your father's appet. 1. T the best. This move of his is really played beautifully. The thing that even this Sikh can't do, he actually did it. In the absolute heaven barrier, hegemon Cloudmount's hearty laughter could be heard. However, not all the hegemons could hear this laughter. It was because his voice was actively being isolated, but Divine Lord His Excellency could hear him. I really didn't expect that this boy is actually so stunning, breaking the stalemate of several thousand years in one stroke. With this, those few stubborn old things will probably fly into a thunderous rage. Speaking of which, I really need to thank Yi Yuan properly this time. Divine Lord, His Excellency said with a smile. Ha ha, Divine Lord, Your Excellency. You mustn't just be all talk and no action. This seat has remembered these words. Hegemon Cloudmount said with a shady smile. The moment Divine Lord heard this, he could not help laughing as he said, You old fellow, could it be that this lord will still owe a Saint Sovereign Heaven Jr.? This time, Yi Yuan really helped out greatly. However, those few old fellows will probably be finding you to settle scores. Cloudmount smiled coldly and said, Would your father be scared of them? If not for the few of them obstructing in every possible way, our new policy would have long been pushed forward. Why would we end up being so passive now? Humph. Already at the juncture of life and death survival, those few old fellows are still so fettered by old convention. It serves them right to have their sex be wiped out. The absolute heaven barriers hegemon realms were naturally not of one heart and mind too. The reason why it developed until the present situation, where all hegemon realms joined hands, it was forced by circumstances. Why did the conservative faction have a market? Without hegemons supporting them, how could they be tough? Among these hegemon realms, Hegemon Cloudmount, and the rest of this group were all of the warring faction. They hoped to break down the barriers between sections. The Heaven One Alliance was one family, but the vast majority of hegemon realms turned their noses up in disdain at this. These hegemon realms hoped that there must be autonomy between sects. Otherwise, their legacies would be buried in oblivion in the dust of history. Among them, the other two continents' hegemon realms especially dominated. Their sects had practically been annihilated already. Therefore, they had a very averse attitude towards this kind of merger. Divine Lord also advocated for breaking down the barriers, but he needed to borrow the strength of these hegemon realms to deal with the blood race, so it could only keep dragging on until now. But Yi Yuan's action completely broke this deadlock. Once the situation was broken, Divine Lord took the initiative. Then what right did Yi Yuan, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, have to be able to do something that even hegemon realms could not accomplish? The problem still lay with those treasures of the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Ever since entering the sect, Yi Yuan pushed his momentum to the peak step by step. At the crucial moment, he threw out these Labyrinth Divine Palace treasures. Under this kind of situation, the extreme medicine sect's conservative faction already could not make much noise anymore. It was because they needed those treasures too. They also needed to become strong. At this time, the moment the Dermic decree of Hegemon Cloudmount and the rest descended, it immediately suppressed all the voices in the sect. Chapter 2864, South Chi Giant City. Chapter 2864, South Chi Giant City. We're not convinced. On what basis should we be the first batch to go to the absolute heaven barrier? Yeah, this matter was caused by Yi Yuan. If wanting to choose someone to go, it should also be him who goes first. Just because Yi Yuan donated a bunch of jade slips, he can get special treatment. In the law enforcement hall, a group of people was rioting nonstop. Zhang Qian, W.A.N. Lin, and the rest were shockingly in ranks. The first batch of names headed to the absolute heaven barrier had already been issued. None of those who opposed Yi Yuan could escape. Even Qin Shan, this grade 8 heavenly alchemist, was also sent to the front lines. Of course, it was not a coincidence. Yi Yuan did it on purpose. These people jumped around the most. Of course, he could not let them continue acting like tyrants. However, Yi Yuan's goal was naturally not to send them to death. These people were all geniuses. Yi Yuan did not deny it. Perhaps going to the front lines could make them improve at a great pace. It was just that the mortality rate at the front lines was also extremely high. Qin Shan had a black face as he said in a solemn voice, "Marshal Uncle Ming Tang, if you don't give an explanation today, even if it's defying the sex orders, we won't hesitate to." Ming Tang was a law enforcement hall elder, an Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm Mighty expert, his status being extremely high. Yi Yuan's name did not appear in the name list of the first batch, so these people immediately blew up. On what basis? Hence, they ran to the law enforcement hall collectively to make a scene. As the saying went, it was hard for the law to punish the collective. They all had this mentality. The overwhelming momentum was unstoppable, but making Yi Yuan go was a must. Otherwise, they could not swallow this insult. Ming Tang glanced at Qin Shan and said coolly, "Have you all made enough noise?" Yi Yuan, their party of 5, already left the sect a month ago and set off for South Qi Giant City. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of place was South Qi Giant City? The #1 dangerous city below absolute heaven barrier. It was not that this city was very dangerous, but that this city's casualty rate was too high, frighteningly high. Why? The absolute heaven barrier blocked the blood race army. But when dividing Grand Bright Jade complete heaven into 2, how big was the absolute heaven barrier? Unimaginable. This absolute heaven barrier was like a 10,000-mile Great Wall. It stretched even longer and more unbroken than a 10,000-mile Great Wall. However, to maintain the absolute heaven barrier, Hegemon realm powerhouses needed to expend a considerable effort too. Simply put, the absolute heaven barrier was like a large net, the place where the Hegemon realms were garrisoning. That was the nodal point of the large net. The node was naturally as strong as iron. But since it was a web, then there had to be gaps. The war between the blood race and heaven, one unfolded in these gaps. Incomparably cruel, Heaven One Alliance built one giant city after another in these defensively weak places, planting a large army of countless powerhouses. South Qi Giant City was the place with the largest loophole. Of course, it was also the most dangerous place. One could say that the army stationed there practically had no overlap with anyone from the first batch of army stationed there. The first generation army, from the high and mighty Emperor realm powerhouses to Saint Sovereign Heaven Army, had all died out. One could imagine how dangerous South Qi Giant City was. In the rear, no matter which sect it was, their complexions would change colors at the mention of South Qi Giant City. No one was willing to go. It was because South Qi Giant City was equivalent to death. Not roughly equivalent. That place was absolutely and incomparably cruel and savage battlefield. That place was Yi Yuan actually went to South Qi Giant City, a Saint Sovereign Heaven. No matter how amazingly talented you were, you would also be an ant in South Qi Giant City. Lowly like an ant. There were no geniuses there, only dead people. Too cruel. Was this guy mad? Ming Tang's gaze swept over everyone's faces, and he said with a cold smile, "When you guys were afraid, others were already at the front lines. This elder feels that Yi Yuan's opinion is correct. You these people crack yourselves up to be geniuses, enjoying countless glory, but you all don't know how cruel the front lines are. You all won't be able to grow up without experiencing the baptism of blood. Go on." With this, and body spoke anymore. Yi Yuan already went to South Qi Giant City. What else could they say? Where they were going to this time was Floating Light City. Although that place was the front lines too, it was not an absolutely dangerous place. There were 108 cities below the absolute heaven barrier. Among them, there were 9 giant cities. Cities that had the word giant were all brutal battlefields, and among them, South Chi Giant City was the most dangerous. This is South Chi Giant City? Sure enough, it's very cruel. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Yi Yuan could not help sighing lightly. Clearly, this place had just experienced a great battle. 10. The city walls that towered into the clouds, half of them were already demolished. Many high-level formation Dao masters were currently repairing the city walls. Outside the city, several thousand dead bodies were casually thrown around, looking ghastly. There weren't bloodkins because they would not leave behind dead bodies, either die or revive. Many Saint Sovereign Heaven soldiers were currently collecting the corpses, their eyes faintly holding tears. But their gazes were full of resoluteness. The land outside the city took on a dark red hue as if it had already been dyed thoroughly with blood. This was not an adjective, but a fact. Yi Yuan already heard about it before coming that red-colored dirt was the hallmark of South Chi Giant City. This place was dyed red by fresh blood. Yi Yuan few people did not see this great battle, but the degree of danger was clear just by thinking about it a little. This battle must have been extremely fierce. Yi Yuan had experienced the Northern Front battle, but that level of battle completely could not be mentioned in the same breath as this place. Big brother Yi Yuan, the blood race is so abominable. Jing Fei wants to kill the enemy too. Kill them all. Sniff, sniff. Jing Fei immediately burst into tears when she saw the scene before her eyes. Too tragic. Even the Yangqing, who went about happy-go-lucky every day, also had a solemn and respectful face at this time. Yi Yuan, my blood is already burning. Yangqing said, Yeah, me too. As he was talking, Yi Yuan gave a deep bow to this stretch of land. On top of the city walls, a gray-robed middle-aged man looked at the city wall that was currently being repaired, his expression being incredibly grim. Yi Yuan noticed him very quickly because his aura was extremely strong. He was definitely an Emperor Sakra, heaven realm mighty expert. Heck, kid, you're new here, right? To dare come to South Chi Giant City, pretty gutsy. An easygoing Saint Sovereign Heaven soldier came up to greet warmly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Some things ultimately need people to do. This brother, didn't you come too? The moment the other party heard, he laughed loudly and said, I like to hear this. Little brother, you came to the right place. Our South Chi Giant City is the most soulful place. Fighting here, there are no regrets in death. I'm called W-A-N-G-N. What are you called, little brother? Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, This little brother, Yi Yuan, is from the extreme medicine sect. W-A-N-G-N waved his hand and said, South Chi Giant City has no sects, only brothers. Even if you were a flower in the extreme medicine sect, it's completely meaningless in this place too. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said with a smile, What brother W-A-N-G says is right. This little brother has received the teachings. In a few sentences, Yi Yuan already felt the difference. Originally, Yi Yuan thought that in such a savage battlefield, humanity was gray, and without L-U-S, especially having just experienced a great battle. But W-A-N-G Yin seemed very relaxed, without the slightest psychological burden, talking in a jovial manner. Yi Yuan could feel that it was not that W-A-N-G Yin was heartless, but that he had qi in his heart. This qi was the soul of South Chi Giant City. When people come here, they would be infected by this place very quickly and be assimilated. Brother W-A-N-G, who is that? His bearing is extraordinary. Yi Yuan pointed at the middle-aged man on top of the city walls and asked. W-A-N-G Yin chuckled and said, You don't even recognize City Lord Feng Xiaotian. How do you live? That is our South Chi Giant City's spiritual leader. and Ji Yan's words were filled with admiration. Yi Yuan had some guesses long ago in his heart. It was indeed Feng Xiaotian. This was South Qi Giant City's 10th city lord. The previous 9 were all dead. They died in battle. South Qi Giant City's danger was not said for fun. Even an Emperor Sakra, heaven expert, like the city lord, died over and over again. However, Feng Xiaotian was different. This person completely grew up in South Qi Giant City. This was AG, OD of War. When he entered South Qi Giant City, he was only true sovereign heaven realm. Before this, he was unknown too, but he grew up step by step during the battles with the blood race. His cultivation realm also advanced steadily, from true sovereign heaven to Emperor Cloud Heaven, then to Emperor Vast Heaven, and Emperor Sakra Heaven. All the way until presently, he became South Qi Giant City's city lord. This was a true blue G, OD of War. In each battle, he would lead his men in a charge, killing until the Bloodkins were trembling with fear. Under this kind of battle intensity, for him to be able to live until now, and even reach the peak realm of Emperor Sakra Heaven, it was simply unimaginable. Of course, it was also precisely because of this that he already became a OD of South Qi Giant City, the idol in everyone's hearts. Yi Yuan suddenly said, "It turns out that he's City Lord Feng. But looking at his appearance, he seems to be frowning heavily. Did he encounter some problem?" Ji Yin heaved a slight sigh and said, "The blood race is getting crazier and crazier, and also increasingly stronger. This time, they even collapsed half of the city walls. The city protecting Grand Array is badly damaged and difficult to repair. Without the city protecting Grand Array, we might not be able to stop the Blood Race army. The few big shots are currently having a headache.